beneficial lives. Everything we do is about the children. As you've heard me say, when people ask me, what are the three most important issues facing the Congress, I always say the same thing. Our children, our children, our children. Their health, their education, the economic security of their families, a safe environment in which they can thrive, and a world at peace in which they can reach their fulfillment. When children come here to the Capitol, it's such an invigoration for us and an inspiration to us to see them, because we are here for them. And as I say to them, as you see the statues and the monuments to those who went before, it is appropriate that we honor them. But they want us to honor you, the future of our country, to make it better for the children. Again, any delay in passing the rule threatens the Build Back Better plan, as well as voting rights reform, as well as the bipartisan infrastructure bill. We cannot surrender our leverage for the children. For the first time, I don't remember a time as historic as this for the children. President Biden has given children leverage in his visionary proposal. The children have the leverage, not those at the high end who benefited from the Republican tax bill. And I wouldn't have even brought it up, except you're acting as if you don't even know when you added $2 trillion or more to the budget to give 83% of the benefits to the wealthiest people in our country. Leverage for the rich? No. We don't begrudge them their success. But this is about leverage for the children, for them, for their families, for the future. And guess what? It would be our attempt to pay for this bill so it is not a burden to those children as we go forward. And that means that some of the people that benefited from that tax bill, that tax scam in 2017, are now going to have to pay their fair share, pay their fair share, and that we may have to address other ways to pay for the legislation by putting the responsibility on the high end.
Sup, Tito? Listening in at work? Cool.
Both whether it's corporate or individual, so that we can, again, make progress for the children without burdening them with the debt, that some of which
Bitcoin
they got
is
in
still falling.
2017.
Bounced off
So
47.7, now it bounced off the 200 EMA.
I congratulate
it's
all
back
in the
flat.
Rules Committee for going in time and again as we sought clarification on how we go forward. I thank Mr. McGovern, Mr. Neguse, and so many other members of that committee. I thank all of our colleagues for their involvement in all of this, and I would hope that as we could proceed, we could do so in the most transparent, bipartisan, and fair way for the children. With that, I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
The gentleman from Colorado reserves. The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Madam Speaker,
we're getting into it.
Madam
so
Speaker, I yield
getting very
myself as
close.
much time as I may consume.
Hardly did it.
If we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to provide for additional consideration of H.R. 5071, authored by Representative Gallagher. And Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record, along with extraneous material immediately prior to the vote.
Without
on-
objection.
Thank you. And Madam Speaker, President Biden's failure to lead has resulted in a national security and humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan that we cannot ignore. Now the Taliban is back and the United States is left less safe.
Bitcoin's still
offered
selling
no
off.
specific
Week here
plan
at
for getting those
48,000 flat,
Americans
about
out
to
of
fall under.
Afghanistan safely. And Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the representative from Wisconsin, 8th Congressional District.
Trying to see how I can show this without it.
Thank you.
Covering
Madam
the whole
Speaker,
screen?
I rise today to urge defeat
this-
of the previous question so that we can consider my bill 5071 to ensure no Americans are left behind in Afghanistan. Over the past week, we've all seen the horrifying images coming out of Kabul. Babies being passed over barbed wire, 2-year-olds trampled to death, bodies falling from C-17s. These pictures are now forever painted onto American history, and they don't depict the orderly withdrawal that the president promised. These are instead portraits of chaos, of tragedy, and dishonor.
Hey,
And yet
Dave.
the administration assures us they planned
Do
for
I know
every
anything about AMP
contingency.
crypto? Yes, AMP is very good.
Was the plan for America to give billions of
Let me know what
dollars
you wanna know
worth of
about
U.S. military equipment to the Taliban? Was the plan to put terrorists effectively in charge of security around the Kabul airport? Was the plan to leave over 10,000 American citizens
All right, well, this
stranded
particular discussion is not
behind?
pertaining to the infrastructure bill, so I'll use this time to answer any questions. So, guys, basically where we're at the portion where they're getting into a potential consideration of the infrastructure bill. It's kind of a part 2 from yesterday's discussion, but if you take a look here, you can see it says starting at 1:17 p.m., H-Res 601, blah, 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 to amend Voting Rights Act, blah, 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 and then the second portion providing for consideration of the Senate amendment to Bill H.R. 3684 to authorize funds for federal aid highways, safety programs, etc. Now, they keep saying consideration of the Senate amendment to the bill, so we'll see exactly what they want to talk about there in regards to that amendment. We can see, though, that Bitcoin is already selling off. Looks like some people went short already, which, in my opinion, was smart to do. I just didn't want to do it. My plan was kind of to go short, but each time I went short over the weekend, the price did bump back up over 50K, and I just got a little wary. The whales were just doing some weird stuff. I didn't really want to be a part of it. So I did just decide, instead of trying to ride the whole wave down short and then buy back at the bottom and ride the wave up, and just to keep it a little simpler and just not go short, wait for the crash to happen and then buy the bottom, or if we get good news, just buy and ride the wave up and just kind of knock out the short portion of my plan. So just a little amendment to my trading plan. This should be interesting with everything going on in Afghanistan today. Yes, I agree. You have mostly AMP, then Doge. Now, AMP isn't going to be very volatile, so it's going to take a little longer for you to make money off of AMP, but as a longer-term investment, I think AMP is very good. Shorter term, I would recommend Cardano, ADA, and Dogecoin, and yeah. Coinbase breach? I did not. Good thing I don't have much money on there anymore. Sadu says, can we stick to Bitcoin price somewhere? Oh, yep, it's right there, top left. And I'll tell you right here at this level, it's 48,000. I don't want to make it much wider because then it's going to block the speaker. But I'll tell you right at this line right here, this is the 48,000 line, so you can use that as reference. Each little mini line up is another $100. And I'll just put this here so you can see it as reference. That's the 48,000 line, the orange line right there. All right, let me go ahead and unmute. Whoops.
But defeating the PQ would hand over important pieces of legislation that we're considering, specifically the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and the Bipartisan Infrastructure Budget and the President's Build Back Better plan today. And so I look forward to voting for the rule and would encourage all members in the House to vote for the rule.
I'll have to do that a little later, Sadu.
For the previous question so that we can proceed with the business of the House. And with that, I'll yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, a distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Scanlon.
Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today in enthusiastic support of this rule and underlying legislation. H.R. 4, the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, is essential to ensuring that every American voter has equal access to the ballot box and the freedom to make his or her voice heard. Ever since the Supreme Court's decision in Shelby versus Holder opened the door, we've seen state legislatures pass hundreds of laws to restrict voter access while claiming falsely to protect our elections from voter fraud that doesn't even exist. Now, the unjustified attacks on the 2020 election results by the former president and his supporters have produced a wave of anti-democratic
hit that like button,
bills.
guys. If you don't mind, I'm probably the only
way.
one streaming
In
this
Shelby, the
again.
Supreme
So
Court invited
yesterday, you know,
Congress
we
to
had a
amend
live
the Voting
stream
Rights
from
Act to
6
address its
to
concerns.
we had like a
For
3-hour
8
live
years,
stream
our Republican
just waiting
colleagues
this out.
refused the court's invitation
And
to
then
reinvigorate the
I
Voting
did
Rights
keep
Act.
it like I
While
told you guys I would. I
extremist
left it
politicians
playing in the
worked overtime
background to see if they would come back
close
live
polling
at
locations, limit
12.
voting hours,
Let me mute this
purge
really
voter
quick. At 12:30, at 12:40 a.m. last night, or this morning, depending on how you want to look at it, 40 minutes after midnight Eastern time, randomly I hear in my ear, the session will be back in or whatever, and they came back on screen after 40 minutes after midnight and said, The session will be adjourned and we will resume tomorrow at 12:40. And then everybody started laughing like they thought it was funny, and then they cut the stream. I was so mad. Why didn't they adjourn the session at 8 when they knew? Because they went to recess at 8. Didn't come back until after midnight. And then after midnight, they're like, oh, yeah, we're not coming back today, guys.
Roles
Like, what?
and erect barriers to the ballot box. We can't continue that are impacting our communities more often. The Build Back Better agenda is simple. Make major investments in physical infrastructure and working families to create a fairer, more productive, and sustainable
You can see we're
economy.
trying to hold
We
48
need
here
the
and make an
bipartisan
uptrend.
infrastructure deal to enable
but
America
if
to
this line
compete
fails, it's
in
gonna
the
be bad
21st
news.
century. But we also need the Build Back Better Act to create jobs and lower costs for
gentlewoman's
working
time has
families.
expired.
These bills have the power to improve the lives of millions of Americans. I urge all of my colleagues to support the rule.
The gentleman reserves time. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is now recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let's be bipartisanly honest here for a moment. We just walked out of probably the most bipartisan moment in the last couple years, a classified briefing with the Joint Chief and Secretary of State and others. There are things that real world need to be done where Americans are at risk. They're cut off, they're stranded, they're now in the situation where they are the hostages of the Afghanistan because of everything that's been allowed to transpire under President Biden. And in this body, we're going to walk out of that classified briefing concerned behind closed doors, but do nothing. Do absolutely nothing on the floor of the House. I'm going to say the same thing I just said a few minutes ago. What the hell are we doing? Let's say that again. There are Americans cut off that need our help. Special immigrant visa applicants cut off that need our help.
Yeah, no problem, Sadu.
Right
Jasmine
now.
Dew says trying to stay awake.
That will be killed.
That was me last night.
We heard.
All right, we
the
just fell back under
descriptions in the briefing
48,000.
We just got out of the
Dogecoin and
dangers.
Bitcoin, by the way, and Ethereum aren't doing so hot,
Defeat
which
the
is to be
previous
expected.
question. Bring up the only thing that this body will do in this entire
Dogecoin
week
back
that has
under
anything
29.
to do with what's going on in Afghanistan. This is the only opportunity.
Ethereum should be around
the
31.
only thing that's
Yep,
going on
back
related to
under
Afghanistan
to 31,
in this body.
under 3,200.
That's
It's at 3175. And
How
Cardano's
in the
probably still
world
pulled back. Yeah,
is that the
Cardano's
case?
still pulled back a bit. Not as deep as it
Every
was
time
at 2.5, but
somebody
it's
tries
at
to do
2.7.
something different
2.5
in
would have been
here,
a nice dip buy, but
like-
I probably
like
wouldn't
take,
have bought it quite yet,
the
just in
ability
case
of states
Bitcoin
to
dumps
determine
today.
their own voting rights or other things. Everybody needs to say, stop. What the hell are you doing?
grandstanding?
Get focused
Yeah.
back on Afghanistan and saving Americans.
Don't forget, hit that like button, guys, so we can get this
The gentlewoman
stream shared
reserves.
with other people
The
that want to
gentleman
find
from
this
Colorado is
coverage.
recognized.
This should be
Thank
the
you,
only
Madam
channel
Speaker.
covering it. So.
I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, the distinguished chairman of the Committee on Energy and Commerce, Mr. Pallone.
Thank you to the 13 of you that
Nice.
have liked it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this budget resolution allows us to implement President Biden's Build Back Better agenda to revitalize our economy by creating millions of good-paying jobs. And it allows us to aggressively combat the climate crisis. The Energy and Commerce Committee, with this budget resolution, our goal is to make health care more affordable and accessible for all Americans. We can help accomplish that by closing the Medicaid coverage gap to provide quality, comprehensive coverage to an estimated 4 million Americans who qualify for Medicaid but have been denied access to care in their state. We'll also continue subsidies under the Affordable Care Act to reduce health insurance costs. And the Energy and Commerce Committee plans to lower the price of out-of-control and skyrocketing prescription drug prices by giving the federal government the ability to negotiate lower prices, and will use the savings to expand Medicare benefits. Our plan is to provide investments in our public health infrastructure to help us respond to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic and better respond to future public health emergencies. The Build Back Better agenda will allow us to create millions of new homegrown jobs and combat the climate crisis by aggressively investing in clean energy and clean technology. And the moment is here to invest in a more advanced and resilient economy and towards a 100% clean economy. So, Madam
Thank you for those
Speaker,
likes,
I urge
guys.
my colleagues to support this budget resolution that allows us to carry out President Biden's bold vision and deliver on the Build Back Better agenda for the people. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman
the long-term
reserves.
price
The gentlewoman
affected by
is
this FUD?
recognized.
Not the long-term price, as long as there's an
Madam
amendment.
Speaker, I yield 1 minute
This
to
is
the
more
Minority
short-term.
Leader, the gentleman from California.
The gentleman from
Like
California is
today,
recognized.
this week, this
I
month
thank
kind
the
of thing.
gentlelady for yielding time.
Still trying to hold
Madam Speaker,
48.
I rise in opposition of today's rule. Madam Speaker, before I came here, I was listening to the debate. I listened to Congressman Gallagher, a veteran, come to the floor and talk about an idea that he has. An idea that here we are, Afghanistan collapsing, and thousands of Americans in Afghanistan trying to get out. Here we are called back for a special session. All his previous question would say is that we'd have to have a report every day on those Americans. That we wouldn't pick a timeline until the mission is finished, that people would be able to be brought back. As I listened to his passion speech, I waited for the response. I listened to my friend on the other side. He respects Mr. Gallagher, but he could not turn the floor over. Because if the floor was turned over to Republicans, instead of changing the election law, spending $5 trillion, they would put the American public first. God forbid we would do that. Madam Speaker, I heard the Democrat on the other side say we could not turn the floor over to Republicans to let the American public know how many Americans were there. Devastating, devastating to allow that to happen. This week, the House is in session for the first time since Kabul fell to the Taliban. What's happening in Afghanistan is a disaster for America's security and credibility. Not for just today, not for next week, for decades to come. Other countries are questioning whether we have the resolve to honor our word because of the bungled withdrawal. President Biden magnified this damage over the past week by hiding at Camp David, delivering incoherent speeches, and reported to failing to contact a single foreign leader for 36 hours. Today, he signaled an unconditional surrender to the Taliban, promising to leave in just 7 days. We just had a classified briefing for all the members. I don't believe any member walking out of there believes in 7 days we could get the thousands of Americans out. That's why we can't relinquish the floor to the Republicans to actually get a report on it. Madam Speaker, the President's actions gave the impression of an incompetency and a declining power. This week we learned that the Taliban seized millions in U.S. weapons, making them stronger than they were 20 years ago. Madam Speaker, it is reported the Taliban now has more Black Hawk helicopters than Australia. Military missions should be dictated by our nation's interest, not by our enemies or arbitrary timelines. And
Yeah,
right
they
now,
are
there's no greater national
We'll see.
priority.
No, Hex,
than
they have
getting our
not voted
people
quite
home.
yet.
But I just heard from the Democrat on the other side that we could not relinquish.
This is pretty much the last day that they have
to allow
scheduled for this
Mr.
discussion. I'm
Gallagher,
just trying to see if they
veterans' previous
get to
question
it.
come up.
And do they do the vote today?
Because that would be dealing with the nation's interest right now. No.
Hey, good afternoon,
We
man.
need to deal with the Democrats' priorities right now.
We know at the very
And as I
least,
look around, I
Nancy
see our
Pelosi just
allies
mentioned that
responding
they
to this
need
crisis
to have this passed
with
by
the
October
seriousness it
1st.
deserves.
So,
Madam Speaker, The Speaker called us back here. We're not the only body of power that's been called back. In Britain, Parliament returned from its summer's recess. You know what they're doing, though? Working on emergency session on this current situation to get their citizens home. In France, President Macron is trying to rally the UN Security Council. This House should be correcting this disastrous record left by this commander-in-chief and proving that America never abandons our people or shrinks from defending our interests.
The third thing? Okay.
Madam Speaker, that's not what I heard on this floor. I heard a direction, Madam Speaker, by the Democrat leading and charging of this right now, that we could not relinquish the floor simply to Mr. Gallagher's request of letting America know how many Americans are there, and don't put a timeline until every American comes home. We should be doing nothing else on this floor until every single American is home. Democrats called us back for an emergency session, this first session since Kabul fell to the Taliban. But faced with a national security and credibility crisis in Afghanistan, they have done nothing to plan to address it. We were allotted 90 minutes, and oh my God, we went over 15 minutes, but we made sure then the Democrats had to shut that meeting down, that members of Congress could ask no more longer questions, because we needed to get back to the floor right now. When history writes about this day, they'll talk about the entire week. They'll talk about last night, how Congress worked late into the night, actually ordered food to come in, was in the Speaker's office for late hours, spent their day calling other members, twisting votes. We had reports that the President called people, that former presidents called people, that people were threatened, that their spouses were threatened about jobs. We heard that they were threatened even in their own campaign. But what were they threatened about? Was it anything to deal with Americans coming home? No, it was about this rule. It was about what we're bringing up right now. The reason we had to stop our briefing, because we had to come to the floor to deal with this. So what are we talking about?
Bit of an inverse head and shoulders potentially.
$5 trillion of hard-earned
Unless this doesn't hold.
taxpayer money being spent on more big government. Changing election law to benefit one party over another. Outlawing IDs even though the majority of America wants it. Nothing about of that $5 trillion will spend $1 bringing America home or making us safer. What's the definition of a public servant? I would say doing something for the good of the others. Madam Speaker, the party today of the majority and the Democrats here, their interest is themselves. To spend up late into the night while other nations are working to bring their citizens home. I want to know, Madam Speaker.
Hey, what's up? And what's up,
As
Juan?
people walk into this floor and vote on this bill that they worked late into the night on, I want them to think about one thing. I want them to think about those American families in Afghanistan that were late into the night, not knowing if they could even make it to the airport, not knowing if they'll even get out, and wondering if the public servants were thinking of them. The sad answer is the majority was not. They were thinking of themselves. That is too important to deal with anything else. Madam Speaker, there are allies that are sitting in Afghanistan. Why did they go? They went to defend America because America was attacked. Out of the respect and character of who we are. This body elected and respected around the world, in a time of crisis, doesn't speak of it, doesn't act about it, but only acts for themselves. And in a moment in time of using the rules to allow the opportunity to change its course, just correct them when they were wrong, the voice of the other side says no. We could not turn the floor over to allow America to know how many Americans are there or to get a report on it. Just as they bang the gavel down that 90 minutes have come, you've asked enough questions, you can ask no more, because we must get to the floor to pass $5 trillion and change election law so the Democrats believe they can buy and change an election. Madam Speaker, if there's any moment in time to put an election aside, if there's any moment of time to put politics aside, I would have thought today was the day. I would have thought being called back that we could focus on what the rest of the world is focused on. So when the Speaker came to the floor to speak, I turned my volume up. Surely she was going to speak of this day. Surely she was going to talk about the Gold Star families. Surely she was going to thank those veterans and those who have served here, knowing what they are going through and what they're watching. You know what she said? Speaker Pelosi actually said, "Today is a great day of pride for our country and Democrats." Today is a great day of pride for our country and our Democrats. Let me be very clear, it is not. It's an embarrassing day for our nation. We are 3 weeks away from the 20th anniversary of 9/11. And this is what history will write. This is what you did with your majority. This is what you controlled. This is what you made sure you would not release the floor for the idea that Americans can find out how many are stuck in Afghanistan or how they're going to get home. I hope you're proud of that. Because this is what your leadership has done. This is what your leadership worked on. This is what the power of the twisting of the arm has delivered. The United States of America is not going to let terrorists dictate when and how we get Americans out.
Double bottom
I
there
firmly
on
believe
Bitcoin.
what has been said many times, and especially by Abraham Lincoln. Government
He
of
mad,
the people,
mad.
by the people, for the people, shall not perish from earth. If you believe that too and you are watching, I ask that you pick up your phones and you call. Especially if you're a Democrat. Because I do not think the leadership here represents you with what they're asking for. I know your love of this country. I know the thousands upon thousands of Democrats who served their nation, who served in Afghanistan. I know those who Americans are in Afghanistan are not just of one party. I would like to see both parties work on the issue, what's really before us. Can you not put politics aside? Can you not care for one moment that you can rig an election to get elected? Can you not care about making government so large that you're going to bring more inflation and trillions of dollars? That's what you spent last night on. That's what you spent the whole time on. That's what you brought us in for. That's what you closed the briefing on, that we couldn't ask any more questions. Time is up. That's what you're fighting so hard.
Bitcoin's making a run back to the 200
That
EMA.
a veteran that served his country asked for a previous question to simply say, we can get a report of how many Americans are still there. And that we do not pick a date when we get out until every American is out. But I heard the leadership on the other side said we could not do that. We have to change the election law. We have to spend $5 trillion. This is what we came back for in a special session. This is what our mission is. So everyone who votes for this rule today, that's what you're voting for. That's what you're championed. That's what history will write. And no, it is not a good day. Maybe in your caucus you think it's a great day for you and the Democrats. It is an embarrassing day to America. It's an embarrassing day for this floor, and it's embarrassing that you would even move forward with it. I yield back.
Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair and not to each other in the second person or to a perceived viewing audience. The gentlelady reserves.
He mad.
The gentleman from Colorado
threw
is
his papers.
recognized.
Mic drop
Madam
at the
Speaker, I want to say thank you to my colleague on the Rules
What's up,
Committee
Crypto Tank Girl?
for the respectful way in which she's engaged
Nice,
in
back
today's
at it with
debate.
the
I wish I
emojis, I
could
like
say
it.
the same for all the speeches that members have delivered today. I think it's unfortunate to have deeply partisan speeches made on the floor on matters of such great significance. I have great respect and reverence for Democratic and Republican members of this body who served so honorably in our nation's armed forces and who have been working together to do everything they can in concert with the administration to evacuate Americans and our Afghan partners out of Afghanistan. And I think it's unfortunate,
Much embarrassment.
as I said, to hear folks politicize that particular issue. I didn't hear much, Madam Speaker, regarding the bipartisan infrastructure deal that we're considering today. I didn't hear much
Considering
by way
today,
of specifics in terms of the Voting Rights Advancement Act that we're considering today. Why? Because my friends on the other side of the aisle know that though the Build Back Better plan and the bipartisan infrastructure deal will create jobs, will lower costs, and will cut taxes. I wish we could have a reasonable debate on the merits of these particular policies, but it's clear that some would prefer to avoid that debate entirely. And so with that, Madam Speaker, I'd now like to yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlewoman from the state of Texas, my colleague on the Judiciary Committee, Ms. Jackson Lee.
I'm very proud to be able to stand here today remembering the Constitution and saying to my good friends that this floor belongs to the American people. This floor is a floor, as John Lewis has often challenged us, that calls upon us to be courageous. I'm also here to say to you that I have no doubt that the United States military, with the will of the American people, will ensure that all Americans come out of Afghanistan and our allies. But at the same time, I am grateful for the idea of a Build Back America Act that will have Texas get universal pre-K, child care, tuition-free community college. And then, of course, the INVEST Act that will see us get $537 million for bridges, $100 million for broadband, $3.3 billion for public transit so that our climate can improve. But then, as I know that the Texas delegation, state representatives who sacrificed and came to this nation's capital to cry out for justice, Texas Democratic representatives who are here in this place now, that H.R. 4 is going to save the day, not partisan, but it is going to make us a democratic republic, and we need to pass H.R. 4 because John Lewis said, "Do you have any courage?" I yield back.
she was
The
into
gentleman
that.
reserves.
Got the hand going.
gentlelady is recognized.
Madam
Guys-
Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the minority whip, the gentleman from Louisiana.
The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I'm
and I
specifically
thank
here
the
for the
gentlelady
crypto, not going to
from
be
Minnesota
expressing
for
any
yielding,
political
and
opinions
I
or
rise in
reacting to them
objection
per se.
to this whole process. Madam
This is
Speaker,
entertaining,
what we're doing
but
here
I
today,
am specifically here for
this
crypto.
is an example of the
and,
misplaced
but feel free to comment what you
priorities
like, but,
of this Democrat majority.
yeah.
Let's start with the bill at hand. This
Just going to keep it neutral. here.
package of bills that includes a budget that I'm sure very few people in this chamber have read, that authorizes the taxing and spending of trillions more dollars. Now, what does that mean? They call it the For the Children Act. It really should be called the Mountains of Debt for the Children Act, because that's what it does.
Broadway.
If you look at inflation today, every family
let's
in
see what
America
he's
is
holding
facing
up.
inflation. They're paying over 40% more for gasoline, for cars. For
This man
things that
wanted
they
to
buy
bring
at
his
the grocery
PowerPoint, but
store.
couldn't, so he printed
Families
out a
know
piece
that
of
if
paper.
you add trillions more debt, trillions more spending, trillions more in taxes, inflation will only go up, and you know who's going to pay for it? It's not anybody in this chamber, Madam Speaker. Under their own budget, it says it. It's the children. That's who's going to pay for it. Right here. Just go to page 7, where it authorizes up to $45 trillion in debt. We're at about $28.6 trillion right now. $45 trillion in debt. Taxes and spending through the roof that will hit every family
I know.
in
Fast
America,
forward would be
Madam
nice.
Speaker. And then let's get back to those priorities. Now, you would think, with the backdrop of everything that we've been dealing with in Afghanistan, as we here in this chamber, so many of our veterans who served in Afghanistan honorably, have been calling on the president to ensure and commit that he will get all Americans out. And yet, what is our president doing? I'll tell you what he's been doing. He's been working the phones, pressuring members of Congress this week. I wish, Madam Speaker, I could say he was pressuring members of Congress to help get Americans out. That's not what he was doing. He was working the phones this week, pressuring members of Congress to vote for this trillions of dollars in spending and tax package. That's been President Biden's priority. He just said today he's going to bow to the Taliban's deadline of August 31st, even if we don't get all Americans out. President Biden should be the president of the United States, not bowing to terrorists, not bowing to anybody except committing that he'll get all Americans out. Instead of living by some artificial deadline, every ounce of his energy ought to be focused between now and next Tuesday, the date he set, and the date the Taliban set. Every minute he ought to be spending between now and next Tuesday to get all Americans out. But if he fails to do it, people will look back and say, what was he doing instead? What were the President of the United States' priorities? He was pressuring members of Congress to vote for this garbage, trillions of dollars in debt and spending, rather than focus on getting Americans out of harm's way that he left behind. It's a national and international disgrace. Our priorities ought to be with the American people. That's what we will fight for. That's why we oppose this whole process. I yield back the balance of my time.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president. The gentlewoman reserves her time.
They all keep talking about President Biden instead of the bill.
Well, I would relish the opportunity to
I guess
respond
that's the point,
to the
why they
points
don't
made
want to
by
vote in
my
favor, I
colleague.
guess.
We have a lot of enthusiasm on our side to speak in support of this rule. So with that, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Connecticut, the distinguished chairwoman of the Committee on Appropriations, who has led on the child tax cut for decades, Ms. DeLauro.
This rule allows us to move forward on rebuilding our nation's crumbling infrastructure, restoring the power of the Voting Rights Act, and a historic budget resolution that advances our priorities by making critical investments to expand our nation's social safety net, to continue to build back better. For far too long, the deck has been stacked for the wealthy and the well-connected, while middle-class, hardworking families and the vulnerable
just fell back
have
under,
been
hit the
left
200 EMA
behind.
to be expected,
After
and then
decades
fell
of
under 48.
disinvestment, we have an opportunity today to make history, to deliver on the promise we made to the American people, to build a stronger, fairer future for our kids. A once-in-a-lifetime moment, creating more jobs, cutting middle-class taxes, while simply asking the biggest corporations and the top 1% to pay their fair share of taxes. What are the transformative issues in this bill? Expand and improve the child tax credit, already acclaimed to cut child poverty and hunger with only one payment. Guaranteeing affordable, high-quality child care, tackling the long-term health care crisis, access to long-term services and supports for aging loved ones and those with disabilities, universal pre-K, 2 years of tuition-free community college, maximizing the Pell Grant Award, launching the first-of-its-kind paid family and medical leave benefit, historic investments, ranking alongside the New Deal and the Great Society, standing the test of time and strengthening our society. President Roosevelt didn't just rebuild America, he created Social Security. And when it came to infrastructure and human needs, he did both. So to meet today's moment, we must and we can do both. We have that opportunity not to throw money at a problem, but to build the architecture for the
Jackie,
future.
you said it, not me.
Today, we must advance this rule and the budget resolution, demonstrating our commitment to our values, making a difference in the lives of so many Americans. This is a moral imperative. And to paraphrase President Franklin Roosevelt, this is our, quote, rendezvous with destiny, watershed moment. Don't let the moment pass. It will not come back again. Let's seize it with action, with hope, unity of purpose for a better, stronger America. And I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from California.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the gentlelady from Minnesota for yielding. And Madam Speaker, I rise today in opposition to the rules being debated as we consider the $3.5 trillion budget reconciliation. And I rise today in support of workers, families, and businesses in communities I represent in California's 39th Congressional District. Now is the time for Congress to show it can work together for the American people. As our economy recovers during the COVID-19 pandemic, and Americans across the country pay more everywhere from the grocery store to the gas pump, Democrats are once again bypassing bipartisanship and moving forward with a partisan $3.5 trillion budget. According to Tax Foundation, this budget reconciliation would also raise taxes for people I represent in California's 39th District by an average of over $600. My constituents have been burdened enough by some of the highest state taxes in the country. And now, our nation is scrambling to keep promises we made in Afghanistan to Americans and to Afghan partners. The last thing we need is trillions more in spending on unrelated priorities and more taxes. This makes no sense. The majority's budget will increase prices, raise taxes, and take even more money out of taxpayers' pockets. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this reconciliation. Thank you, and I yield back.
Woman reserves. Gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, my colleague from California is certainly right about one thing. The Build Back Better plan would raise taxes on billionaires. The tax cuts that ultimately were approved by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle several years ago for the richest Americans in our country. We do not pursue that in our bill. Instead, we pursue tax cuts for working families, for middle-class Americans, Madam Speaker. With that, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, the distinguished chairwoman of the Committee on Financial Services, whose leadership has kept millions of Americans in their homes over the course of the last year, and that's Ms. Waters.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you so very much. I'm very appreciative for the time that I've been afforded, and I rise in support of the rule which would pass the House's budget resolution. The budget resolution will make historic investments in housing in this country. We're in the middle of a housing crisis, and as chairwoman of the Financial Services Committee, it is not lost on me that more than 580,000 people experience homelessness on any given night, while millions of families are at this moment paying the bulk of their income towards rent. The bottom line is that housing is infrastructure. This is why I introduced the groundbreaking legislation, the Housing is Infrastructure Act of 2021, to provide more than $600 billion to address our country's affordable housing crisis, increase first-generation home ownership, and end homelessness. While the budget resolution only allocates $339 billion to the Financial Services Committee, this funding is still historic and will transform the lives of millions of families.
Only $339 billion?
We must
Guys,
first
pocket
pass
change.
the
What do you
budget
mean?
resolution so that we can then
Weird.
pass the President's Build Back Better agenda, including this historic funding for housing programs. This rule also brings us one step closer to the critical House passage of H.R. 4, the John Lewis Voting Rights Act, the Advancement Act, and this president is going to bring all of the Americans who want to come home, home. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Colorado reserves. Gentlewoman is recognized from Minnesota.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of Representative Gallagher's bill to get us some simple facts. How many Americans are stranded, and are we going to get them home? Yes, these issues are important. We should debate these issues. Infrastructure, health care, all of these issues are critical to our country. But the number one job of the federal government is to keep Americans safe. And today, America is less safe. Americans are stranded behind enemy lines, and they are not all going to get out by August 31st. Colleagues, what happens in Afghanistan does not stay in Afghanistan. It will follow us home. Terrorism is a cancer that once again will threaten the United States. I want everyone to see this picture and remember it. Osama bin Laden, which, by the way, then Vice President Biden opposed the raid to bring this man to justice. His deputy, Ayman Zawahiri, know that name, now leading al-Qaeda, now has a terrorism playground for which to plot and plan attacks on the United States. Once again, the intelligence has been clear. Al-Qaeda 3.0 will come roaring back. The Taliban equals al-Qaeda. And as we head into the 20th anniversary of 9/11, we once again are going to face the prospect of more Pulse nightclubs, San Bernardinos, and God forbid another 9/11. What has me so upset, so flaming mad as a veteran, as a Green Beret that's had to fight this fight, is future soldiers are now going to have to go back and deal with this again, but now with no bases, no local allies, and a Taliban that's armed to the teeth with our own equipment. That is unconscionable, it's unacceptable, and if the White House won't lead, this Congress will. I yield my time.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from Minnesota reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlewoman from the state of Alabama, Ms. Sewell.
Gentlewoman from Alabama is recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in full support of H.R. 4, the John Robert Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. Madam Speaker, I have the great privilege of not only representing Birmingham, Montgomery, and my hometown of Selma, Alabama, but growing up literally at the foot of the Edmund Pettus Bridge, I had an opportunity time and time again to see John Lewis in action. John would come to my home church, Brown Chapel AME Church, to remind us all that what happened on that bridge 56 years ago was that Americans, ordinary Americans, dared to stand up to this country and to make sure that it lived up to its ideals of justice and equality for all. I'm proud to say that I get to walk in the footsteps of John Lewis, but I'm more proud of the fact that so many of us in this chamber walked with him. You know, the best way that we can live up to the legacy of John Lewis is to remember that he fought for every American to have the equal right to vote, equal access to the ballot box. I get that the Voting Rights Act of 1965 is reserved for the most egregious state actors. But what it says is that federal oversight is needed when states go amok. Since the Shelby versus Holder decision, I have introduced in 4 successive Congresses the Voting Rights Act, Advancement Act, and we renamed it the John Robert Lewis Advancement Act. We must live up to John's ideals of equality and justice for all in voting rights. What we've seen in states like Georgia and Texas and around this country has been state legislatures making it harder for people to vote. I just want to say that we must get into good trouble, necessary trouble. John reminded us that we must be courageous in the face of adversity and in the face of inequity. I ask for you to please vote for H.R. 4 and vote for the rule that would get it to the floor.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Gentleman from Colorado reserves. Gentlewoman from Minnesota.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the ranking member of Armed Services, the gentleman from Alabama.
Gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentlelady, and I rise in strong opposition to this rule, Madam Speaker. For 4 months, Republicans have demanded to know the president's plan to evacuate Americans and Afghan allies and conduct counterterrorism operations in Afghanistan.
Should have went live later.
For 4 months, they've told us we're
Where's
working
the vote?
on it.
Yeah, supercar
Well,
blonde.
now it's clear they never had a plan. The president's abject failure to plan
is endangering the lives of thousands of American civilians and our allies in Afghanistan. Reports have been rolling in for over a week.
There's
of
two different
Americans
bills they're
being
talking about.
assaulted
One has to
or
do with
having
voting, the
hide
other
from
has to do with the
Taliban
infrastructure.
thugs while they wait for a rescue. Afghan allies are being brutalized and killed by these terrorists as they desperately try to get inside the gates of the Kabul airport. And that's just those lucky enough to be in Kabul. Thousands of Americans and Afghan allies are still stranded hundreds of miles away from Kabul with little hope of rescue. Now comes an ultimatum from the terrorists that if our forces don't
forget,
withdraw
guys,
by
if you
next
haven't
Tuesday,
already, click that
they'll
like
start
button
shooting.
for me. It really helps
so
out
what's
the
the
stream.
response from the majority?
If you're enjoying it, it'll
Speaker
help other
Pelosi
people
brought us
find
back
it.
to Washington not to deal with this dire situation in Afghanistan. No,
Thank
we're
you.
here today to vote on a partisan $4 trillion giveaway to the radical left. A bill that doesn't include a single dollar to rescue Americans or our allies from Afghanistan, or even a single penny on national security. And I have to wonder what the majority's thinking. Instead of this partisan exercise, I urge the majority to work with us to hold the president accountable and save Americans and allies still in Afghanistan. I yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Colorado.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Ryan.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
I thank the gentleman. Look, we see our Republican friends are very upset. They said, this is embarrassing. What are we doing? What have we done? What you're mad about is that we are delivering for the American people. We saved pensions. We cut taxes for working class people, invested in the communities, invested in the schools, and now universal preschool. Everyone can go to community college, vision, dental, hearing for Medicare recipients, paid family leave. If you think for 1 second I'm going to apologize for what we're doing, you are wrong. Once again, we should have done this 30 or 40 years ago, and obviously, once again, the Republican Party is MIA. Yield back.
The members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair. The gentleman reserves from Colorado. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to urge defeat of the previous question so that we can immediately consider H.R. 5071. Operations Enduring Freedom and Freedom Sentinel are coming to a conclusion in a way that no American should be willing to tolerate nor accept. This conflict began nearly 20 years ago. 2,443 U.S. military KIA, 3,800 contractor and DoD civilian KIA, 1,144 Allied troops killed in action, and over 30,000 veteran suicide since 9/11.
Andrew says, am I late for any news on crypto? No, we're still waiting.
In
Travis,
Texas
what's going
District
on,
6,
man?
we lost Staff Sergeant
No good
Jeremy
news yet.
S.
Bitcoin
on
is
April
falling
6,
at the moment.
2011. And Private First Class Joel R. on April 16, 2011. Brothers in arms killed 10 days apart. In Texas, we have lost 193 of our sons and daughters, all of whom, like Luke Bachatz would say, not 1 ounce of sweat or blood in the defense of others is a waste. But last week, this administration handed over 600,000 weapons, 75,000 vehicles, and 200 aircraft to the enemy. What we have now is September
1 moment,
10th,
guys, I'm getting a phone call.
2001, with a well-armed enemy. For those who have stood the watch and those who have died standing that watch, duty, honor, country is not an academic study. It is a way of life and sometimes death. So I call on our Commander-in-Chief, Madam Speaker, to take those words as seriously as we do, and to do this his duty to honor our service members.
Forcing unionization of the workforce. They would destroy its agriculture and energy economy by abusing their regulatory authority and weaponizing the tax code in the name of a politically manufactured climate crisis. They would crush the most prosperous economy in the nation under the weight of the highest tax rates in the world. They would quench the spirit of self-reliance. They would diminish the dignity of work by trapping their citizens in an endless cycle of government dependence and poverty. They would permanently plunder the freedom and independence of the Lone-Star State by saddling future generations with a debt they could never repay. While this legislation, Madam Speaker, may not have been written with the intention of destroying the state of Texas, it's clear that should these bills pass, that's exactly what it would do, and not only to my great state, but to the entire nation. And I yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Arizona.
The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a moment where I'm hoping our friends on the left will keep a certain promise that many of you have made, Madam Speaker, because we have a long list of the promise from the President to leadership to others promising that this spending will be 100% paid for. So you already know we're going to have what? Probably continuing resolution with the omnibus. There's $1 trillion of structural debt there. Okay, and the 1.2 so-called bipartisan in the Senate, okay, when we actually do the honest math, it's not $250 billion of borrowing. It's about $500 billion of borrowing because a bunch of the pay-fors are fake. So when we start looking at what Senate Finance and others, where are you getting the other $1.7 trillion on your $3.5 trillion of spending? Look, I'm just asking you to keep a promise, because when you add up all the new revenues, all the new receipts, all the new tax hikes, the corporate tax hikes that unemploys 1 million Americans in 24 months, the capital gains tax that loses money, where are you going to get all this cash that you have promised will be 100% paid for?
The gentleman's time has expired. The chair again reminds members to direct your comments to the chair. The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Maryland, the Majority Leader, Mr. Hoyer.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I rise in support of this rule. This rule allows the Congress of the United States to do the people's
It's going to
business
mess him up.
in 2 critical areas, actually 3. Number 1, it provides for us to receive from the Senate the budget and to do what the Republicans did on their tax bill, act on a budget reconciliation bill. You did that. You, of course, didn't pay for it. We're going to pay for this. Secondly, this rule allows us to proceed on a piece of legislation which seeks to make sure that the Voting Rights Act, protecting the most important asset a citizen has, and that is their right to vote. Or, as our Speaker has said, the voice of those not empowered. That's not exactly what it was, Madam Speaker, but 2 of these items are critical. And when we talk about saving lives, the reconciliation bill and the budget, the Build Back Better Act, is going to save lives and enrich the quality of lives of our people. And thirdly, this rule will allow us to proceed to adopt the bipartisan 69 senators voting for it infrastructure bill. It is not a perfect bill. It is not our bill, and it is limited
in some respects in terms of its addressing one of our most important challenges and enemies, and that's climate change. It nevertheless is a very, very substantial investment in America, its growth, its people, and jobs. Vote for this rule. It's a good bill for the people.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Oh, Bitcoin 49,
Madam Speaker, I'm prepared
47.9?
to close.
All right. I
The
forgot to put it
gentleman
back up. Sorry,
from
guys.
Colorado is recognized.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, we're prepared to close as well.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Democrats continue to ram through controversial policies and reckless spending with a complete disregard for the rules and with no consideration of what those decisions will
I'll be
mean
honest,
for
this
future
doesn't look like it's getting
generations
two-thirds.
and what they have to pay back. President Biden took office saying he'd be president for everybody, but he certainly isn't acting like that. The legislation before us today that is included in this rule would leave
It should
rural
be today.
communities behind, concentrate even more power at the federal level, and tax and spend recklessly. And the president is too busy
I'm pretty sure they're having
pressuring
these
members of
discussions
his
and then
own
they're going to
party
do a vote.
to support $5 trillion in spending.
I would just
to even
honestly be
address the
surprised if it
crisis
does
in
pass today
Afghanistan.
because you can already see all the
And
Republicans
thank you, Madam
are
Speaker, and I oppose
mad.
the rule and the underlying bill, and I ask members to do the same, and I yield the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Colorado.
Madam Speaker, we've heard a lot about partisanship today during the course of today's debate. What are the three bills that we are considering within the rule today? The John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, a reauthorization of the Voting Rights Act. VRA has been reauthorized by Republicans and Democrats in the United States Congress for decades. The last time it was signed by George W. Bush, a Republican. A bipartisan infrastructure deal that earned the votes of 69 senators, 19 Republicans, including Mitch McConnell. But apparently, that proposal is too radical for the House Republican Conference. And a Build Back Better plan that would invest in American families, that would lower costs, that would cut taxes for working families.
Guys, just start considering
Americans are worth
your dip
investing
buy.
in.
We are at about
Our
Doge
families,
28 right now.
Our students,
We were just
our
at Doge
teachers,
33.
our firefighters, our
If we don't get this
communities
passed
are
today,
worth
there could be a
investing in.
bit of a continuation.
And we have a chance to do that.
And maybe there's a couple cents to
Today.
make today. But right now, we're probably at about the lowest we're going to get unless
The late
this gets
Congressman
passed.
John
So
Lewis
just keep that in mind.
once said that every generation leaves behind a legacy. What that legacy will be is determined by the people of that generation. And Madam
Just in
Speaker,
case,
I
what
would
I'm
say
gonna
that
do
ours,
is
our legacy
Get
must
back
be
in
one
on
of
my holding
progress,
account.
of courage,
28 is
and
where I
of
want it to
action.
be back in at the
I would urge
highest.
my
And now that we're
colleagues to
there, I'm
vote
just not going to overdo
yes
it.
on this rule and on the previous question.
We're at 29 now.
I would
All right,
yield
so
back the balance
Dogecoin
of
has
my
recovered
time,
a
and
little
I
bit.
move the previous question on the resolution.
It's a little frustrating. I
question
missed
is
the
on
27
ordering
bottom.
the previous
but it's okay.
question on the resolution. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The previous question is ordered.
Madam Speaker, I
The
request a
gentlelady from
recorded
Minnesota
vote.
is recognized.
Request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Section 3S of the House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device.
Electronic device? No way. I'm just going to go ahead and buy back in right now on Dogecoin, guys, just so you know. Something, I don't think this is getting passed, and I can see the price on everything is starting to bounce.
For what
Maybe
purpose
a
does
lot
the
of other
gentleman
people
from
are thinking the
California
same.
seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeSaulier pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeSaulier will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
By the way that it's starting to present itself, it seems like all the Republicans are are mad, right?
For
And
what
they're probably
purpose
all
is
going to vote
There's
no.
a gentleman from
If we
New
don't
York
get 2/3 vote
recognition.
positive, I
Member
guess that's how this
designated
works.
by
This isn't going to
Chairwoman
pass.
Eddie Bernice Johnson, pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on ordering the previous question. The member designated by Congresswoman Grace Meng, pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Meng will vote
hang on, someone's
yea
at my door.
on ordering the previous question.
Purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Davids of Kansas pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Davids will vote yea on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
In pursuit of House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yes on the order and previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Delaware seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. DeGette of Colorado pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. DeGette will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Guys, just for clarification, I did go ahead and just buy because the way it's sounding so far, it doesn't sound like it's going to pass today. So before the dip escapes, on my holding account, I did go ahead and buy back in. On my scalping account, I don't have a position. But my holding one, I don't care so much about 1 cent. But I'd rather just get back in before it takes back off over 30. Because I did intend to get back out in at 28 anyway. So 29 is close enough. Now, if we start getting votes for the actual infrastructure bill and it sounds like instead it's going to go negative, or, by that I mean it's going to actually get passed, then maybe I'll consider cutting it again if there's going to be some market crash coming. But so far, the Republicans are pretty unhappy. Something tells me none of them are voting yes, and that could cause a problem if we need 2/3 to get that ban for crypto mining. So that's where we're at. But yeah, pretty much caught the bottom here, so that's cool. And I do have a maintenance person here at the house, so I will have to run in another moment. $48, by the way, is probably without a vote. I think this is about the dip here. We're probably going to go above the 200 EMA again and then head towards 49, in my opinion. It's not a bad time to buy. We've got a pretty solid bottom here. I mean, we tested it a lot, and now we're back above 48, and now we're getting back above the 200 EMA. I would say it's not a bad time to buy. I don't think it is. But obviously, you're going to want to hear what the vote is. This is for HRES 601. I don't think this is for the infrastructure.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Gibbs of Ohio, pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gibbs will vote nay on the previous question.
All right. Well, it looks like HRES 601 is providing for consideration of Bill HR 4 and HR 3684. So I think this vote is to consider the amendments to both of these. So maybe this vote is just to even, you know. It's very confusing. You can tell I don't do this a lot, but we're trying. They're voting now. No, I don't mean that at all. I don't have a stance here. I'm just trying to figure out whether or not the bill will get passed or not. That's really it. And just from each one of their discussions, it sounded like they were pretty unhappy because they didn't think this should be the topic of discussion today. And so I don't see from all the people that spoke, they were all pretty strong no's. So I'm just guessing. This is the vote to vote? Yeah, basically. That's the way it seems. All right, I'll be right back, guys. I got the maintenance guy here, so bear with me.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Calvert of California pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Calvert will vote no on H-Res 601. And as a member designated by Mr. Nunes of California pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Nunes will vote no on H-Res 601 as well.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
I rise as the member designated by Ms. Jayapal pursuant to House Resolution 8 to inform the House that Ms. Jayapal will vote aye on ordering the previous question. I rise as the member designated by Mr. Pocan pursuant to House Resolution 8, to inform the House that Mr. Pocan will vote aye on ordering the previous question. I rise as the member designated by Ms. Berrigan, pursuant to House Resolution 8, to inform the House that Ms. Berrigan will vote aye on ordering the previous question, and I rise as the member designated by Mr. Gomez, pursuant to House Resolution 8, to inform the House that Mr. Gomez will vote aye on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Adderholt of Alabama, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Adderholt will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Frankel pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Frankel will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Ms. Brownlee pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Brownlee will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Representative Peter Meyer pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Meyer will vote nay on the previous question. As member designated by Representative John Curtis pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Curtis will vote nay on the previous question.
Does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. DeFazio of Oregon, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeFazio will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Yeah, Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Duncan of South Carolina, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Duncan will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Deutsch of Florida pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Garbarino of New York, pursuant to House Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Garbarino will vote nay on ordering the previous question on H.Res. 601.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
I am still here.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. David Scott of Georgia, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I hereby inform the House that Mr. Scott will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representative McMorris Rogers, pursuant to House Res. 8, I inform the House that Representative McMorris Rogers will vote no on the previous question.
So far it's exactly what was to be expected. Yeah, some unhappy people for sure. So what would we need here? Looks like there's about 420 votes total. And so 2/3 of 420. What is that, about 300?
Gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition.
A little over.
Minnesota.
As the member designated by Ms. Presley pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Presley will vote yes
How does she
on
braid
ordering
her?
the previous question.
What?
Designated by Mr. Bowman pursuant to House Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bowman will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Amadei pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Amadei will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Roybal-Allard pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Roybal-Allard
will vote yes on ordering the previous question. Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sanchez, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sanchez will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Michelle Steele of California under House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Steele will vote no on House Resolution 601.
It was pretty fancy, Jackie. I agree.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Stevens of Michigan pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Stevens will vote aye on ordering the previous question.
Yeah, it's in the description, Ray. So
For
if
what
you
purpose
go in
does
the
the gentlewoman
description
from
here
Florida
on this
seek
video
recognition?
and you
Thank
scroll
you,
down
Madam
a bit, you'll
Speaker.
see a
As
link
the member
that will take you
designated
there.
by Mr. Stubbe of the state of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote nay on the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Timmons of the state of South Carolina pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote nay on the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Diaz-Balart of the state of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Diaz-Balart will vote nay on the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Emmer of the state of Minnesota pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Emmer will vote nay on the previous question. And as the member designated by Ms. Salazar of the state of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote nay on the previous question.
How long would this take? Probably another 15 minutes at this rate. They're about halfway through now. Can anyone remind me? So it is 2/3 vote yes, right? That's what it needs to pass. And at this rate, it's 50-50 split. All Democrats yes, all Republicans no. Is that correct? But it would need to be 2/3. Oh, you're back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Khanna pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Khanna will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Harshbarger of Tennessee pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Harshbarger will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Horsford of Nevada, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Horsford will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mullen of Oklahoma pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mullen will vote nay on the previous question. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Blumenauer pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Blumenauer will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Reed of the great state of New York pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Reed will vote nay on the previous question. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hagedorn of Minnesota pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hagedorn will be voting no on the previous question. Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Reschenthaler of Pennsylvania, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Reschenthaler will be voting no on the previous question. Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Stefanik of New York, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Stefanik will vote no on the previous question. Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. G.T. Thompson of Pennsylvania, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Thompson will be voting no on the previous question.
For what purposes the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on ordering the previous question. And as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purposes the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Barry Moore of Alabama, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Moore will vote no on the previous question.
For what purposes the
Y'all are
gentleman from
hilarious.
Illinois seek
All right,
recognition?
I went ahead and sold,
the member
guys.
designated by Ms. Newman
I actually
of
sold
Illinois,
for
pursuant to
$18
House
profit.
Res. 8,
So
I inform the House that
because
Ms.
Doge
Newman
actually
will
went
vote
up.
yes on ordering
So
the
it's
previous
fine by
question.
me. I didn't lose anything. I made $20.
For what purposes the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as
I-
the member designated by Mr. Katko
I
of New
answered-
York, pursuant to
I told
House
you guys that I was
Resolution
going
8,
to
I inform the House
buy
that Mr.
in,
Katko will vote
thinking it had to
nay
be
on the
two-thirds
previous
vote. I didn't
question.
realize it was just the
and as the
general
member
majority.
designated by Mr. Young of the great state of Alaska.
If it's just the
pursuant to
general
House
majority, that means
Resolution
there's
8,
still
I
a chance
inform
that
the
this
House
does go
that
through. So I'm not going to be in
Young
for that
will
one.
vote
I'll
nay
just
on the
wait.
previous question. Thank you.
For what
We
purposes
already got-
the gentleman from
wait.
California seek recognition?
Where'd that Republican vote go?
As the member
It said one
designated
yay.
by Mr. McNerney, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr.
Got
McNerney
yoinked.
will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purposes the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mrs. Wagner pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mrs. Wagner will vote nay.
You see that guy's hand?
As the member designated by Mr. Luchtenmeyer pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Luchtenmeyer will vote nay.
And I sold my Doge. I didn't mean to be in if it was just going to be a
For what
50-50
purposes
vote.
the
That's too
gentleman
risky
from
for me.
Washington seek
I thought it was
recognition?
two-thirds.
As a member designated by Representative Strickland pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Representative Strickland will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Guys, I sold my Doge. I sold my Doge. That does not mean it's going to be the right choice, but I did sell my Dogecoin. Like I said, I thought it had to be two-thirds. In that case, it was pretty obvious that it was not going to get a two-thirds vote. I'm not familiar with these political events. But if it is just a general majority vote and the Democrats already have the majority and we have to rely on 9 Democrats saying no, I don't want to be in for that 50-50 coin flip chance move and then the price dumping. So I sold my Doge. I had a misunderstanding of how this thing worked. All right, so I just got right back out, and I will wait until further notice, and I'll just follow my original plan, which is to wait till the vote's done, basically, you know. And if we win, and by that I mean if the vote goes no overall, then I will, then I'll buy back in again. If the vote is yes, and if the bill's going to get passed with this crypto regulation, obviously I'm going to wait it out because I don't want to be part of a crash. So. And this is all very complicated and confusing. So okay, yeah, I'm very unfamiliar, guys, so please bear with me. That's why I've been asking you guys.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Walorski of Indiana and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mrs. Walorski will vote no on the previous question.
And I'm pretty sure this is a vote to discuss as well. But
Madam
even
Speaker,
still, that's
member
important
designated by
for today.
Congressmember Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 8. I inform the House Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on ordering the previous question. And Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Norma Torres pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Norma Torres will vote yes on ordering the previous question. Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Vargas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Cardenas will vote yes on ordering the previous question. Madam
Bitcoin
Speaker,
is
as
falling
member
a bit.
designated by Congressmember Raul Ruiz, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember
Back to 48.
Ruiz will vote yes on ordering the previous question. And Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Vargas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Vargas will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Oh,
For what
Is that
purpose
another
does the
mistake?
gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Representative Chris Stewart,
Wow,
pursuant
AMC.
to House Resolution
Wow,
8-1,
that's crazy.
8, I inform the House that Mr. Stewart will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Guys, two
Madam
Republican
Speaker,
vote yes.
As the member designated by Ms.
That could
Shelley
be it.
Pingree, pursuant to HRES 8, I
That could
inform
be
the
it.
House that Ms. Pingree will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek
Madam
recognition?
Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Granger of Texas pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Granger will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Bitcoin is
As the
about to
member
go under
designated
48
by
again.
Ms. Wilson pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
I think Bitcoin's about to.
For what purpose
Okay,
does the
what are they doing
gentleman
with the
from
votes,
Texas
man?
seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Nails of Texas and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Nails will vote no on the previous question on HRES 601.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Escobar of Texas pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Escobar will vote yes on ordering the previous question. Thank you, Madam.
I want to get caught back up. I think I got behind a couple seconds. Bitcoin struggling, about to go under 48 again. This is not good. Yeah, Senate already passed it. Now this is the House.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
It's a vote to move the discussion
Madam
forward, which will
Speaker,
try to get everything
as the
passed
member
before October
designated
1st.
by Mr.
Okay.
Fleischman from the great state of Tennessee, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fleischman will vote yes on the previous question.
Yes on the previous question?
No on the previous question. Mr. Fleischman will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
He almost messed that up.
Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kind of Wisconsin, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House Mr. Kind will vote yes on ordering the previous question. And as the member designated by Ms. Titus of Nevada, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House Ms. Titus will vote yes on ordering the previous question. And as the member designated by Mr. Trone of Maryland, pursuant to
Bitcoin
HRES
is
8,
continuing to
I
fall.
inform the House that Mr. Trone will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Herrera Butler pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Herrera Butler will vote no on ordering the previous question.
If they vote yes, it allows this bill to get moved forward without further discussion or amendment, right? So basically, if they vote yes, we still are screwed, just technically not today. Ah.
Purposes the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Carolyn Maloney, pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Maloney will vote yes on ordering the previous question. Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Nydia Velasquez, pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Velasquez will vote yes on ordering the previous question. And Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Kelly of Illinois, pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kelly will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purposes the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote no on the previous question.
For what purposes the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Designated by Mr. Welsh of Vermont, pursuant to HRes 8, I will inform the House that Mr. Welsh will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As a member designated by Mr. Moulton of Massachusetts, pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Moulton will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by John Garamendi of California, pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that John Garamendi will be voting yes on ordering the previous question.
New Jersey. Purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Watson Coleman will vote yes on ordering the previous question. And as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Series will vote yes on ordering the previous question. And as the member designated by Mr. Paul Tonko pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Tonko will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
All right, Bitcoin's still trying to hang out. Not many votes left. There's only 12 votes left, guys. Bitcoin very unsure of what it's about to do. 10 votes left. So if it gets to 8, right? And we've already said yeah. Then it passed. This part passed. Oh boy. Let's keep an eye on Bitcoin price, guys. It's stalled out right at 48 here. I think some people are getting a little uncomfortable. I see the price starting to drop. All right. Will we just see the price dump? 8. Oh. They want to progress the bill to amend and debate. Then they vote to take a vote, and then that's the vote to watch. Jeez. All right. Well, this has passed. Nothing can stop it now. Bitcoin now continuing to sell off. $47.95. So it looks like at this point we've at least confirmed that the bill will be progressing to a point where they'll have to or plan to have to discuss it and amend it by October 1st. All right, but if this isn't the final vote, which we've kind of determined already it's not, then there's still some more time. Bitcoin's got limited time now to get this amendment done. If not, Bitcoin still has a grim short-term future. But I'd imagine, due to the fact that it did not get voted no, that this is still more of a negative thing for Bitcoin overall, because that just puts the chance. It allows the chance for Bitcoin to still get screwed over if they don't amend it.
Then what happens after all?
So it's still negative, because at the very least, more people are going to be getting taxed on crypto. So it's still a negative thing overall. Even if there's the amendment, a lot of people still aren't going to like the fact that it's getting regulated. So this is still a bearish event. It's just not going to necessarily be a crashing one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on ordering the previous question. And as a member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Yeah, I think overall it's a negative event. There's still the chance that it gets moved without amendment, and now we just know that it will be considered by October and passed by October 1st. Best case scenario, more people in crypto are getting taxed. Worst case scenario, no mining allowed in the United States. Overall, this is a bad thing. We've already seen the price react, though. It already dumped down from 50.5, pulled back to 49, made a healthy retracement back up towards 50, and then did this sell-off, which I'd consider a sell-off down to 47.7. That was more of a fear sell-off, in my opinion, than a pullback. I think 49 or 48.5, like that area, was the deepest I'd say a pullback was concerned. The move back to 47.7 was more of a fear sell-off. But I don't know how much lower it's going to go until we start getting more information now on this and what happens with the actual amendment and all that good stuff. But now we do know they're going to have to consider it by October 1st and get this moving. So time is very limited. kind of funny how 50-50 split that was. Every single Democrat said yes. Every single Republican said no. All right, let's see what they say next. I am technically still working, so I am hoping this wraps up soon.
On this vote, the yeas are 220 and the nays are 212. The previous question is ordered. The question is now on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will now record their votes by electronic device.
For what? What? What resolution? Guys, this is driving me nuts. I'm sorry. I don't want to watch this again.
Purposes, the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Adderholt of Alabama, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Adderholt will vote no on the rule.
All right, let's try and see if we can get some more info here.
For what purposes, the gentleman from California seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McNerney pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. McNerney will vote yes on H-Res 601.
Let's see. For what purposes, the gentleman from Florida seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Buchanan of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will be voting nay on the rule.
So this is most likely just going to be the exact same vote outcome.
The from Oregon seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Blumenauer from Oregon, pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Blumenauer will vote aye on House Resolution 601.
For what purposes, the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representative McMorris Rogers of Washington pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Representative McMorris Rogers will vote no on H-Res 601.
For what purposes, the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition.
As a member designated by Mr. Welsh of Vermont, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Welsh will vote yes on H-Res 601. As a member designated by Mr. Moulton of Massachusetts, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Moulton will vote yes
Yeah, big
on
waste of time,
H-Res
guys.
601.
Well, since we already know what this
gentleman
vote
from
outcome is going to
Oklahoma
be,
seek
because why would they
recognition?
vote yes to
Mr.
then
Speaker,
go
as the
here and
member
then?
designated
It
by
looks like
Mr.
they're
Mullen
voting
of
on
Oklahoma.
3 different things, if I'm reading this correctly. So H-Res 601 looks like it contains a few pieces of things. So providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 4, which is the Voting Rights Act, to revise some criteria. Providing for consideration of the Senate amendment to the bill H.R. 3684, so that could be interesting. And then providing for the adoption of the concurrent resolution ESCON Res 14, setting forth the congressional budget. So, yeah. Maybe this vote is for Res 14 specifically. I don't know. That's my best guess. So the chance is that there could still be more of a dip, yes, because it's not technically over. Well, this is very exciting, don't you guys
What
agree?
purposes, the gentlelady
Incredibly
from Iowa seek
exciting.
recognition.
And
Mr.
on that
Speaker, as
note,
the
I'm
member
going to let this play out.
designated by Mr. Garbarino
And I
of
will
New
be
York,
back in
pursuant
probably
to
about 5
House
minutes.
Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Garbarino will vote nay on adoption of H Res 601.
I'll just put the chart up for you guys. That's a bad spot. Can I do it here? Oh. How about that? All right, I'll be right back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Frankel pursuant to H Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Frankel will vote yes on H Res 601. As the member designated by Ms. Brownlee pursuant to H Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Brownlee will vote yes on H Res 601.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Harshbarger pursuant to H Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Harshbarger will vote nay on the rule. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on H Res 601.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fleischman of Tennessee pursuant to H Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fleischman will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. John Garamendi of California pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Garamendi will vote yes. Yes on House Res 601.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Amadei pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Amadei will vote no on House Res 601.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Minnesota seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Presley pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Presley votes yes on House Res 601. As the member designated by Mr. Bowman pursuant
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yes on H Res 601. As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to H Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on H Res 601.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote no on H Res 601.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Titus of Nevada, pursuant to H Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Titus will vote yes on H Res 601. As the member designated by Mr. Trone of Maryland, pursuant to H Res 8, I inform the House Mr. Trone will vote yes on H Res 601. And as the member designated by Mr. Kind of Wisconsin, pursuant to H Res 8, I inform the House Mr. Kind will vote yes on HRES 601.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Duncan of South Carolina pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Duncan will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House they will vote yes on H Resolution 601.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Nails of Texas and pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Nails will vote no on adoption of HRES 601.
Washington. Purpose does the gentleman from the state of Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Strickland pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Representative Strickland will vote yes on HRES 601.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representative Chris Stewart, pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Stewart will vote no on the adoption to rule deeming adoption of Congress 14, providing the consideration of H.R. 4 and the Senate amendment to H.R. 3684.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Khanna pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Khanna will vote yes on HRES 601.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hagedorn of Minnesota pursuant to HRES 8, I inform that the House, Mr. Hagedorn, will vote no on the rule. As a member designated by Mr. Reschenthaler, Pennsylvania, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Reschenthaler will be voting no on the rule. As a member designated by Congresswoman Stefanik of New York, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Stefanik will be voting no on the rule. As the member designated by Mr. Thompson of Pennsylvania, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Thompson will be voting no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Escobar of Texas, pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Escobar will vote yes on the House Res 601. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mrs. Wagner pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mrs. Wagner will vote nay. As the member designated by Mr. Luetkemeyer pursuant to House Rule 8, I inform the House that Mr. Luetkemeyer will vote nay.
Run it back. Little spike on Bitcoin to 48.3. Not bad. We could see a bit of a recovery. It's going to be up to you guys, because from what we've learned, and bear with me, everyone, this is very, it's really complicated. So I'm trying to figure this out with you guys' help as well, because it's just very difficult to read into. So there were a couple things I was confused on, a couple of my plays even that I kind of designed around my understanding, which was incorrect. So as I figure this out, hopefully you guys understand the overall gist of what I'm saying.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Which basically is,
good afternoon, Mr. Speaker.
if
As
this
the
passes
member
without
designated
amendment,
by Mr.
price
David
will probably
Scott of
don't.
Georgia,
If this passes with
pursuant to
amendment,
House
price will probably be
Resolution
all
8, I
right.
hereby inform the House
So
Mr. Scott will vote yes on House Resolution 601.
this is a bit of a bearish
Gentleman from
moment.
Texas seek
We'll have to see
recognition.
how the price actually
Mr.
reacts when
Speaker,
the
as
vote's
the member
complete.
designated by Mr. Reed of the great state of New York, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House Mr. Reed will be a nay on the rule. Thank you, and I yield back.
But in general, this is why I
For what
didn't buy in at
purpose does the
50K.
gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sanchez, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sanchez votes aye on
Looks like this
House
vote's almost
Resolution
over.
601.
About 50 votes left.
And Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Roybal Allard, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Roybal Allard votes aye on House Resolution 601.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana
puff for
seek
you.
recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. Walorski of Indiana, and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mrs. Walorski will vote nay on House Resolution 601.
A bit
what
of
purpose does
positive
the gentleman
movement.
from New York
I
seek
think 48 was probably the
Mr.
bottom.
Speaker, as the member designated
For
by
now.
Mr. Deutsch of Florida pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote yes on H.Res. 601.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gibbs of Ohio pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that
See how
Mr.
the
Gibbs
other
will
things
vote
are doing.
nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the
Dogecoin's
member
making a run back to
designated by
30.
Ms. Stevens of Michigan pursuant to
Ada
H.
trying to get back to
I inform
28.
the House that Ms. Stevens will vote aye on H. Resolution 601.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Ethereum's moving.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Stubbe of the state of Florida pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote nay on the rule. As the member designated by Mr. Timmons of the state of South Carolina.
Hey man, like I
pursuant
said,
to
don't
H.Res.
don't
8, I
follow my
inform the
plays
House
thinking
that
my play's going to
Mr.
be
Timmons
correct.
will vote nay on
Like
the rule.
I made it very clear.
As the member
I'm just
designated by
trying
Mr.
to figure out what's
Diaz-Balart
going on here,
of
and
the
even
state of
I am
Florida,
confused.
pursuant
But
to
like I
H.Res.
said,
8, I inform the House that
understand
Mr.
the
Diaz-Balart will
overall
vote
idea
nay
of what
on the
I'm trying to
rule.
figure out here, which is when is the vote for the actual crypto regulation amendment portion? When is that going to get passed? And we're trying to figure this out together. But you cannot follow my trades and then get upset if the entry is wrong.
Nay on the rule.
What's
For
up, Dr.
what purpose
Derbs?
does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Newman of Illinois, pursuant to House Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Newman will vote yes on H.Res. 601.
Like I always talk about on this channel, trading is not being right all of the time. Trading is being smart. So, yes, an entry at 48, now in hindsight, that we just randomly spiked to 48.4, that would have been nice, right? But how were you supposed to know that it was going to spike to 48.4? There is no way to know. So does that mean that we should have entered at 48? No. But we'll see how this vote goes. Looks like it's going to be, like I said, the same thing as last time. Once this whole voting process is over, I'll personally feel much more comfortable buying in at a specific time. I want to make sure all the whale activity is out there and done. All right, we already had whale shorting and selling off, and that pushed the price all the way down to 47,000. I don't want to buy in at 48 or 48.5, and then whales decide to do a round 2 short out of nowhere. I want all trading activity tied to this particular event today out before I place a long trade. That's what's going to make me feel comfortable. Now, I thought at the last vote that was the only vote they were doing, which is why I said, all right, since it looks like that vote's yay and we're stable at 48, maybe that's an entry point. Then we discovered there's more voting and what they're actually voting on today very specifically. So then my comfort level decreased.
The member designated by Ms. Herrera Butler
And
of
that's where we are
Washington pursuant to House Resolution 80, I inform the House that Ms. Herrera Butler will vote no on the rule.
Purposes
So we've got 37 votes left.
New Hampshire seek recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Pingree, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Pingree will vote yes on HRES 601.
In trading, there are plenty of opportunities to make money every single day from thousands of cryptos. It's not about catching every move.
Pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Calvert will vote no on the rule. And as a member designated by Mr. Nunes of California, pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Nunes will vote no on the rule.
For what purposes, the gentleman from Maryland
All right,
seek
this is almost over.
As the member designated by Ms. Jayapal of Washington, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I rise and inform the House that Ms. Jayapal will vote aye on House Resolution 601. As the member designated by Mr. Pocan, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I rise and inform the House that Mr. Pocan votes aye on House Resolution 601. As the member designated by Ms. Berrigan, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Berrigan will vote aye on House Resolution 601. As the member designated by Mr. Gomez, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I rise to inform the House that Mr. Gomez will vote aye on House Resolution 601.
Okay. For what purposes, the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Peter Meyer of Michigan 3.
To ADG, before I mute you, because that's not allowed on this channel. I told you guys do not follow my trades. I trade and I tell you guys what I'm doing for what reason. This is not financial advice. This is not me telling you where to enter or where to sell. So if you want to follow my trades and one goes wrong, you cannot be upset at that. That is your choice.
By Michelle Steele of California, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Steele will vote no on House Resolution 601.
For what purposes, the gentle lady from Delaware seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. DeGette of Colorado, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. DeGette will vote yes on HRES 601.
Purposes, the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Barry Moore of the state of Alabama pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Moore will vote nay on House Resolution 601.
What purposes, the gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
My point being, if people are going, I don't tell you guys ever where to buy or where to sell. And especially in this case, did I not recommend to buy or to sell. I just told you guys what I was doing. So, unless you specifically ask, then I'll maybe give you an opinion on where I think is a good buy target or sell target and what my thought process is. But in that case, you were specifically copying what I said I was doing for my particular reason, and I misunderstood the way this court thing works, which I told you guys I am not familiar with the politic progression, these sessions. I do not know how they typically go. I've been clearly trying to figure out exactly what the votes are on which portion of the bill, which part's related to crypto. My point being, a positive vote, a yes vote to passing the bill without amendment is going to be bad. A no vote is going to be good. So I'm trying to figure out when that vote is and then vote accordingly. But if you decide to follow when I buy in or sell, you cannot get upset because you copied me and then it didn't go how you would have liked. Like, that doesn't make too much sense. Plus, when I bought, I sold in profit, and I told you guys I was fine with that. That doesn't mean you have to be fine with it either. But as you can see, we're now pulling back to 48.2. So this is my whole point. It doesn't mean anything that we bumped up a couple dollars on Bitcoin. This channel is about learning how to be comfortable with your own executions, not blindly following Mariano on every trade. Yes. And I'm sorry, I just don't like those kind of comments at all. I make it very clear on this channel, I do not tell you where to buy or where to sell. So I am just teaching you what my thought process is as someone that's been trading for a couple years and that has learned how to be successful. Does not mean that each time I'm going to be right. The main part of trading is being wrong a lot, but being right more than you are wrong. And even if you're only right half the time, you can trade successfully with a less than 50% win rate, by the way. There are certain strategies where you are wrong more times than you are right. Professional trading strategies where you have a win rate of a success rate in your trades of like 40%. That sounds backwards, doesn't it? But it's not about that. It's about how big are your wins and how small are your losses. So being wrong is very, very common. Yeah, we're cool. It's just part of the game. But like I said there, I didn't feel comfortable with my entry, and I didn't want to be wrong especially not being familiar with what was happening. I didn't want to be in and be a part of a dump. So whether it was a break even for you guys or a slight loss, or if it was what it was for me, a $20 gain, I don't care about what Dogecoin did right after. I knew I didn't feel comfortable with that entry, and that's all that matters.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on HRES 601. As the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Watson Coleman will vote yes on HRES 601. As the member designated by Mr. Albio Series pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Series will vote yes.
The whole goal
HRES
is to
601.
it's to profit off volatility. Missing some cents here doesn't matter.
The House that Mr. Tonko will vote yes on HRES 601.
For example, ADA's been moving like 10 to 20% gains per day. ACH just doubled like over the last couple days. It went from 6 cents up to 14 cents. Dogecoin's been bouncing around 3 cents here and there. Bitcoin went up to 50K and dumped another 2K, and now we'll probably go up another 2K. Like every single day, there's millions of dollars to be made in the crypto industry. I am not concerned with missing 2 cents here or there to make sure I don't be a part of a crash if I don't feel comfortable.
Yes on HRES 601.
No, you're good, 88. You're good, 80.
And for what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I just don't want anybody to get the wrong idea.
Mr. Speaker,
I'm
designated
very strongly
by
against buy-sell signal
Cardenas,
type
pursuant to House
trading
Resolution
channels.
8, I
This is
inform
just
the House
advice
of Congressmember
based off
Cardenas.
or
will
really
vote
it's just
yes on
me expressing my
HRES
opinions.
601. Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Raul Ruiz.
No problem.
Pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Ruiz will vote yes on HRES 601. Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Vargas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Vargas will vote yes on HRES 601. Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember...
Stoic says, do I use Binance to trade? No, that's one of the few exchanges that I do have, but I don't use it. I use Coinbase for my main holdings, I'd say. Typically, I use my Coinbase wallet if I want to actually exchange crypto. I use Robinhood for like shorter term trading, for buying and selling specifically for that kind of profit. And thank you, Riza. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. But yeah, I'm typically on Robinhood or Coinbase. Yeah, if I thought it was going to crash, in my opinion, it's not worth just being in for the sake of being in. And that's been my whole play since last week. I've been saying since last week, my play is not to be in until I feel comfortable knowing what's going to happen here. And that stands. I thought the vote was over, which is why I went back in, but it's not over, so I got back out. So really, it was just me exiting my position that I took too early by accident. All right, let's see. So to be clear, we want the no votes to win here. The no votes, I guess, would push it out further, would delay it. So technically, if you don't want the price to go down, yes. The yes votes won't necessarily crash the market today from what we're now figuring out. They're voting on the right, or they're voting on discussing the amendments and everything to the bill and pushing the discussion, moving the discussion along regarding the crypto regulations. They're voting on to discuss it. So then that means after this, they're going to then discuss it. They're going to discuss the amendments, and there will be a vote on the actual amendments. It's so many steps in this process. This is the first part, voting to even discuss it in the first place. And if they do discuss it, long story short, they're going to have a decision made by October 1st. So if we get yes votes here, that means they're going to go ahead, move forward, start discussing the amendment and the bills and all that stuff, and vote on those and have a decision made by October 1st. If they vote no, then October 1st deadline gets thrown out the window and they can wait way longer. So technically we'd want no, so that we can at least know, amendment or not, that it's not even going to go live by October 1st. If they vote yes, then we have to be concerned again, because then there's still the chance that they don't amend it with the bill that gets pushed October 1st. Hopefully that made sense. Speaking of trading, do I keep your cash on the exchange or pull it out as you make a bet? It really depends. I only trade usually with certain amounts of money because I do still work 9 to 5. Even right now, I'm technically kind of on the clock, but it's I got all my work done early, was able to take a break, and now I'm going to have to go back once this stream ends. But I'm usually too busy to focus on trading, and it's very hard to multitask and do day trading and work at the same time. I've lost plenty of money trying. Swing trading is a different story, longer term holds, but the kind of trading I like to do, it's just difficult to execute. So I don't even usually day trade with that much money at a certain time. But what I usually like to do is do like small account challenges, start off with a couple $100, try and turn it into something way bigger, and then I usually cash out and start over. And that's kind of been my plan. I don't really want to be messing around with like $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 account sizes while I'm also working and can't focus, because that's just too much money to be toying around with at once. So yeah. So I do typically pull it up. It's pronounced Reza. Cool. Appreciate that. So how long do you wait before you confirm it's moving sideways? Couple hours, couple days? It depends on the time frame we're discussing, honestly. Usually when I talk about something trading sideways, it's when it's been doing it for a couple days, and overall, despite the moves up and the moves down, it's in the same general price area. So for example, if we go to the 4-hour time frame and we look here, this to me was to an extent right here, like these 4 days, this was kind of trading sideways. It was basically in this channel. It wasn't making an uptrend, breaking out the top of that. It wasn't making a downtrend. It was just hitting resistance, hitting support, resistance, support, resistance, support, trading sideways over a couple days. Overall, this right here in a way was kind of trading sideways, even though this is a much bigger time frame, because it wasn't like in a steep continuing slant. Now, larger time frame scale, this here to me is not trading sideways. This is just an uptrend. So I'm looking at, when I say trading sideways, these little parts in between the slants up, that's to me trading sideways. That's usually what I refer to it as. But I mean, it really depends on the time frame, because this is on 4 hour. This is a couple days worth of trading activity. But if we go down to the 1 minute, this is trading sideways. You know what I mean? Like, just no uptrend, no downtrend. We're just bouncing up and down and hitting the same spots without going into any new territory. So this would be what I consider trading sideways on a small time frame. But then even shorter term, I mean, that wasn't a trade sideways. You know what I mean? So just depends on the scale. All right, I'll go back to the thing. Okay, cool. Looks like we've got 100% votes yay. There's only one vote left. It doesn't matter if they vote no or not, because they already have the majority. So, on agreeing to the resolution of whatever that will be, Yes. Dogecoin can go lower. Will it go lower? I do not know. 48,000 is a pretty strongly established level here. You can see how many times it's already hit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times basically. It's hit 48,000 or right near it and bounced back up to the top side. A lot of people are going to see 48,000 level as a strong support now and probably feel more comfortable with taking a chance and buying here and then hoping that it goes up to 49 again or maybe back to 50 and beyond. So I don't think now's a bad time to buy Dogecoin. If you're sitting out waiting for an entry, buying here at 29 cents probably isn't such a bad idea. Me personally, I just want to wait till this event is over. I've had that plan since last week and a half, and so I'm not just going to randomly change my plan. I like to be a little more disciplined than that, despite how I'm feeling at the moment. So my plan has been to wait till this is over, make sure nothing crazy happens, and then place an entry. So that could be up here. I might just be late to the party, but I don't mind that.
Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
All right, let's see what happens.
Pursuant to Section
We're now above the
4 of
200
House
EMA, though, so
Resolution
that's usually a good sign.
601, Senate Concurrent Resolution 14 is considered as adopted.
Okay, House Resolution 601 considered adopted, so maybe that was it. Hopefully that was the last vote. See what she has to say. How long before you feel comfortable jumping in when it's trading sideways? How long does it need to trade sideways for? And what's your opinion on DCA versus jumping in fully? I would only recommend jumping in fully if you are at a price where you feel super confident buying in no matter kind of what happens next. I'm talking Dogecoin, like under 20 cents, that kind of vibe. So when we were at like Dogecoin 16, 17 cents, that's one of those spots where I wouldn't mind jumping in fully. Basically, my advice is if you do technical analysis, which just to simplify that, when you look at the charts, you look at where the highs are, where the lows are, and what the trend is, and it looks like you're at the bottom and it's going to just continue up from that point. If you don't think it's going to go much further down lower, then you can go fully in. But the only time I would go fully in is if I felt comfortable that kind of no matter what happens next, it's not going to go that much further down. So, for example,
will be in order.
Okay, wait.
The bill as amended. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 601, I call up H.R. 4, the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act of 2021.
Oh, my God.
And ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 4, a bill to amend the Voting Rights Act of 1965 to revise the criteria for determining which states and political subdivisions are subject to Section 4 of the Act and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 601, the amendment printed in House Report 117-117 is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days.
The gentleman will suspend. Bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, and the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on H.R. 4.
Without objection.
So this is taking a really long time, guys. They've been running since 12, and they are taking like 2 hours per discussion. I don't know if I'm going to run this the whole time because it looks like, yet again, they're saving the best for last. And if they're going to specifically talk about HR 3684, which is the one we care about, who knows exactly when they're going to do it. So what I might just have to do is kind of pause now, come back later, because it has been 4 hours. It's a long time, especially on top of yesterday. What is that, 7 hours already? So there's that. A couple questions here. How long before I feel comfortable jumping in when it's trading sideways, and how long does it need to trade sideways for? What's my opinion on DCA versus jumping in fully? Basically, what I was saying is I only feel comfortable jumping in fully if I can do technical analysis and feel comfortable that we're pretty much at a bottom and that I'm also buying at the bottom of that bottom, which means that if the price starts to go in the opposite direction compared to where I wanted it to go, and I realized I was probably wrong, I want to be bought in at a spot where I would feel comfortable, because at that point, averaging down's out of the question, right? Because I'm already out. I'm already out of capital. It's all in. So I would want to feel comfortable being able to cut at a loss when I know I was wrong. The only way you can do that without blowing up your account is being bought in at the bottom, and basically your stop loss target or your like get out price being very, very close below you. So that way you don't lose a lot of money if you're wrong and you decide you need to sell. So for example, let's just say I'm looking at this here. We've had plenty of touches here at about 47, rejections of 47. Now we're curling back up just past above the 200 EMA again. I'm starting to flip bullish and think that this could have potentially been the bottom, especially with one more touch at the 200 EMA line, confirming that we're still holding. And then I would expect to see an uptrend. So that would just be a very quick technical analysis without looking back at anything else, considering the event or anything. If I was looking for an entry, I'd think, all right, 48 was maybe the bottom, the lowest we're going to go. So the closer I can buy in to the absolute lowest points that this has gone, the better I'm going to feel about being all in. Because if you're all in, you can't average down anymore. So you have no more money to do that. So if you're wrong, and that's it. These are kind of the two strong levels of support, along with obviously the 48,000 line here, which is the main point. But this is the main spot I'd expect to bounce. And then these are the potential fake out zones. So maybe it comes down to here and you're like, it's going under 48, but it could fake you out and do a bounce at one of the areas below that main support that it did before and then curl up and take off. Or maybe it does that and then it comes here and then it rubber bands off of this and takes off for good. So this is the main area of support. All right. And then the two lines under that would be kind of the potential fake out spots. I would like to be bought in as close to this area as I possibly could. That way I can have like a stop loss maybe set here, or just depending on how I want to do it, either a stop loss set like here under these wicks or here under these. And that way my reward potential could be very high where my risk is very small. I wouldn't necessarily want to be bought in here, because then in order to prove that I was wrong about the price about to go into an uptrend, I have to wait for the price to fall all the way down to like here or here or here for confirmation that I was wrong before it becomes the correct time to sell. Because if you sell too early, then you're just panic selling at no particularly good spot, and there's a high chance that you were wrong in selling and that the price could then just bounce back up, and then you made a bad decision. So for proper trading, you would want to be bought in at near one of the levels of support. So the main level here, pretty good spot. Or if you manage to get a buy like here or here, obviously, that would be cool as well. So if basically to answer your question, I would maybe be all in if I was like here, because then I don't have to wait very long before I can say I'm wrong. But if I'm here or I'm here, I definitely don't want to all in because I'm not near support. And so if I have to wait that long, I'm going to be losing a lot of money, and I can't just average down. So if I'm going to buy in somewhere like here or here, I would rather DCA in. Let's just say I put in 50. Let's just say I put in 50% of the money I have. I have $10,000 and I'm going to put $5,000 in here with the expectation that it's really not going to go much lower than here. If it does, if it does come back down here, maybe I drop another $2,500, and then maybe another like 2,500. Now I'm all in at the very bottom of support if it looks like it's going to hold. And now I've averaged down, but then if it looks wrong, I can cut here. I mean, there's multiple different ways you can do it, but that's the idea. That the further away I am from the support line, the less I want to go in with to start. How long does it need to trade sideways for? It's not necessarily about it trading sideways for a certain amount of time before I feel comfortable buying in. It's really about the particular level that it's going to hit and seeing it hold there. What I don't want to see is it, if we're in this downtrend, let's just say we go back a day. One sec. Let's just see we go back to earlier today. We're at 42,000 and we're coming down. We're coming down. We're under, 49. We're under 49. Now we're at like 48.8, and I'm thinking, all right, I think 48, just based off my quick TA, seeing that's about where we stopped before, I think that 48 is probably the lowest it's gonna go. What I don't want to do is buy it on the way down as it's continuing to fly down, 48.2, 48.1, 48 flat, and it just keeps going on this 1 minute candle here. See how this candle kept going down? It started at 48,100, and it's just selling off. And yeah, I wanted to buy thinking it would stop at 48, but here it goes. Now it hits 48. And if I just bought at 48, then it would have flew by me. I'd be down $300 instantly and be in a panic. So maybe I would have bought here. It would have kept going. I'm like, man, this thing isn't stopping. Now it's at 47.8, and I sell here out of panic. I just lost $200 for no reason. It ended up catching right there and then consolidating and reversing. So I bought high, sold low, and I was also wrong. So this is improper. What you want to do is have a price target and wait for confirmation that it's going to hold. So this candle stops, then it starts to consolidate, then it starts to move back up, and then I start to feel more confident. I'm like, okay, maybe this is going up. So I could have thought maybe this would be a riskier buy, but I could have thought, all right, we've got the bigger green candle thing going here right above 48. Looks like this candle closed above 48. Maybe I'll take a chance buy here. Ideally, though, you would like to buy on like a pullback where it tests that level as support. So seeing this pattern here would have made me feel a little more comfortable. Seeing it bounce low, come back up into this area, break out, come back under, and then do a double bottom here at 47.9, and then break back out again and start making, going into new territory. I wouldn't have felt too bad about buying in here, but then you can see it still did come back later. So then it becomes one of those things is, well, what's your risk? So I buy in here, and I'm not willing to let it go like under here or under here. So that's just the general idea. It's not so much about how long it trades sideways, but it confirming that level as support and holding there and then showing you signs that it's going to reverse trajectory. And yeah, so I don't generally like to feel too comfortable when it's trading sideways and I don't have any idea which direction it's going to go next. I do like to see some movement start to kick in. So if it's just doing this here, that moment doesn't make me feel too great. Like yes, it's holding as support, but it's also holding as resistance. So is it going up or down? I like to have some kind of reason for my belief, which is why I also usually trade cryptos that I'm familiar with the fundamentals of that asset and why I have a belief that they're going to go in a certain direction to give me extra conviction on which way it's going to go next. Where is here? I can't see screen. I'm talking like 48. High level trading strategy. Nice, thankist. Some buzz on Twitter that Pelosi's coming to Raleigh House Democratic support to pass the bill by September 27th. Really? Interesting. Just to be clear, 48.5 is still a risky movement to be in. It's not that bad. I don't see a lot of movement happening here post sell-off. We've already sold off a couple $1,000s. I don't really see anything new happening with the price action. That being said, we also have not specifically considered HR 3684. If you look at the agenda, we've considered HRES 601, the general res. We've started to consider Res 14, and it passed. And now and then we considered 594. and wow, all these. Now we're specifically considering the HR4 portion right here of Resolution 601. We still have not considered the infrastructure portion. So I don't feel quite too confident yet, but I am still waiting. It looks like that portion will be next
voter suppression
after
is
this.
still alive and well.
So I don't necessarily know
The
if
price of freedom is
48.5.
not free. Let's pay for it by passing the John Robert Lewis.
I don't necessarily know if these price levels are still going to hold or not. I would say, though, if you're taking a chance at something, this is more of a dip opportunity than anything. What I see here is the two-step sell-off followed by a curling of the price action here, which could then have a two-step recovery. If anything, I'd be betting on going long here versus selling or going short. So that would be my thought. This is probably a better buy opportunity than anything if I were just to take a guess. But I still would like to see, I guess I'd like to see the discussion here on the crypto amendment portion. But it looks like we've pretty much hit a bottom if I were just to do it off technical analysis. But I'm just following my trade plan. That's all there is to it. That doesn't mean for anyone else that's watching this not to buy in now. Like I said, we're at a pretty decent, what looks like bottom. I don't know if it's going to keep going, but if I were to guess, my answer would be no, based off just the way this is setting itself up. So it's not a bad price to buy at regardless, I don't think. But I personally want to see what's going to happen when they discuss the crypto portion.
Greatest country in the history of the world. There's no question that our country has done more to advance the cause of liberty and democracy than any other nation. But unfortunately, it seems the Democrats don't want to acknowledge all that amazing progress that's been made and where we're at today. H.R. 4 would subject state and localities to the whims of
Mariano
partisan
Dakota
bureaucrats
Dogecoin.
within
Thank you.
President Biden's Department of Justice. They get to
You were a little
decide,
late.
not
Was it
states,
good?
as our
Haven't gotten
Constitution says.
specifically
No,
to
you gotta go
the
get
infrastructure
permission
portion.
from
They
the
did a vote to
big
discuss
federal
the
government,
whole
do what they
thing,
say when it comes to your
which
election
includes
laws,
the
even
infrastructure
if, as I
portion.
said
So
before,
I would assume
you
it'd
just
be
wanna go
after
back
this
to where
vote.
you were a year before.
It might be a little while. I might just have to come back.
Before COVID.
Tesla to
Republican
accept
states
announce
that Democrats always
acceptance of
want to
Bitcoin
target
and Doge. Not
actually
today.
do better than Democrat states like President Biden's home state of Delaware. But for some reason, you don't hear Democrats raising alarms about Delaware, and you don't see the Biden administration bringing lawsuits.
So if you're not using technical analysis, DCA is the way to go? Yes, absolutely. If you're buying into something where, in my opinion, it could be anything. If you're not strictly going off of buying in at a point where you 100% feel confident that it's very close to the bottom or close enough that you're going to buy in, and if it goes down, it's not going to go very much further down, and so you're not going to care. If you don't feel that way, then I would be averaging in. Scale in 25% of your position, 50% of your position, something like that. Like leave some money just in case you bought in at the time that was not ideal, so if it goes down a lot more, you can bring your average cost down by buying a lot more shares way cheaper. That's how you save yourself when you're taking a position that's risky. So even if you're feeling FOMO, and for whatever reason you go into a FOMO trade, let's just say you're watching ADA and it's at almost $3, it's at $2.99, you're like, man, I missed the whole train. If you must get in because you really think genuinely it's not going to stop till $4 and it'd be foolish of you not to buy in, that does not mean you have to go full in. You are not, according to technical analysis, if you're not at a good spot, average in. That way, when you get proved wrong, or if you are wrong, you will still have money to buy in way cheaper. So if ADA it was at $2.99, you ended up buying at the top, it hit 3, reversed back down to $2.40, you can drop those in at like $2.40, $2.45, and now your average isn't so bad. Instead of your average being $3, now your average is about $2.60. And so you almost, since you average down, it's almost like you bought towards the bottom versus the top. So but then by the time that the price goes back up to $3, instead of being at a break-even point, then since you bought so many shares down low afterward, now you're in profit. So that's the benefit of not going all in when you're buying in at a not ideal time technically. What exchange do I recommend? Robinhood doesn't have crypto stop losses. With my trading, I don't typically need them because I don't hold positions for a long time without looking at my charts. I usually am looking at it pretty frequent. But if you want a stop loss, you probably have to use something like Binance or really any of the more detailed advanced exchanges. Probably Kraken, Binance, one of those. Webull, Robinhood, they don't have it. Coinbase, I don't think does either. Maybe Coinbase Pro. Yeah, going to need a whale buy to break the resistance. Yep. Thanks, Amanda. Gymnasium Jordan. You didn't miss anything to do. Basically, all they did was they voted to then discuss voting on the actual parts of the bill. So
Reality
this is a long one.
Here, instead of holding real hearings, looking at the causes,
And like they said,
maybe,
this
in
is
fact,
1 hour
being
of
more
debate. This
helpful
won't be over
in
for another 30
preventing
minutes, guys. So
further
I think what
suffering
I'm going to
of the
do
37 million
is wrap up the
people in
stream,
Afghanistan.
get back
What
to
are
my
we
9 to
doing?
5, and finish up
We're
work for the
codifying
day.
a permanent majority of
And
the
then I will
Democratic Party
maybe, if I
everywhere
have
they
time,
can.
I'll either go back
changes
live
to election
when they're
law
actually
that
talking about
pull
the
Washington and
infrastructure
into the
portion,
Attorney General's office,
or I'll just try and
control of
report on it for
elections
you
that
guys
the
on Twitter or in the
Constitution
Discord
clearly gave
group.
to legislatures. And
because
what
I
we're
know I
doing
do
by
have
the
to be somewhere
statements of my own colleagues on the other side of the aisle
in an hour.
is
So
we are
I'm going to try and
clearly
figure
saying
out timing there.
we don't like the Supreme
Obviously,
Court's
my goal is to be
decisions,
live
so
during
we're
it. I
gonna
didn't
find a
live
way
stream for 10 hours to
do
not be
what
live
we
during the
wanna
actual
do,
part. But
even though, in fact, the time
yeah,
and the
Webull's prices are
success
pretty
of the
bad.
Civil Rights Act has, in fact, mostly passed. Why can't you take success? Because it no longer benefits the
And I will
goals
just mute this.
of
They're
a
not talking about the infrastructure bill, guys. So let me just go ahead and close this out for now. We'll come back to it. But they're not. They already made it clear the infrastructure bill is at least not for the next 45 minutes because they're talking about the other part. Can I let the stream run? I need to train some of my employees on something, and I need to use my computer for that. So I can't let the stream run, unfortunately, but I will probably just go back live when it starts, and then if I can't be at the computer, I'll then let the stream run after work. Sushi break. I wish. Yeah, no problem, Lori. How important is, Reza says, how important is TA? And have I heard a lot of people that only use, he's heard a lot of people that only use their gut and just diamond hand. So technical analysis is extremely important in cryptocurrency because what it allows you to do is identify what the best buy-in points are going to be. The only time technical analysis is not super important is if you're going to be an investor versus a trader. And so the first question, in that regard is, well, what kind of trader are you? What kind of investor are you? Do you consider yourself an investor, like a long-term investor, where you just buy and you're going to hold it for a couple years? Or are you a shorter-term trader where you're going to buy, sell it tomorrow, sell it next week, sell it next month? If you're holding for anything less than a year, technical analysis becomes more important the less time you want to hold it for. I'd say technical analysis is also important if you plan to buy something and hold it instead of for a certain period of time until it hits a certain price, because your goal then is obviously to make a certain amount of profit. So you want to buy in at the best time you can to make sure you're maximizing that profit and that you're as far away from your profit target as possible so that by the time you hit the target, you've made as much as you can. So it really just depends on your investment style. If you're an investor, technical analysis isn't that important because investors typically buy into something because of their faith or trust in the company that they're investing in. So for example, if I was a Tesla investor, I wouldn't necessarily care if Tesla's $500 right now or $1,000 per share, even though it's about $710, if I remember correctly, from what I saw this morning. Yeah, 708, close enough. If I was a Tesla investor, I wouldn't necessarily care if that Tesla's at $700 right now, because if I'm investing in Tesla, I'm investing because I believe that they are going to get better over the next couple of years and they're going to become more profitable. So me buying at 500 or 700 or 1,000 isn't so important because I'm thinking a couple of years out, Tesla will be at 2,500 and that $200 is not going to be a big deal. I'm investing in the company primarily. If I'm a trader though, I'm specifically buying to sell. So I'm not so much investing in the company. I'm investing in the belief that they're going to do a good amount better to where I'll be able to make a short-term profit soon. So I'm investing in the thought that they'll be doing their worth will go up short-term soon. so that I can turn a profit soon. In that case, it's important to do TA. In general, going with your gut and just diamond handing, I think is a little bit foolish, because yeah, you can say that, but at the same time, you do have to look at the charts and the company you're going into, and really think it through. Because if you're gonna go in with your gut and diamond handed, that's probably because now your style of trading, or your style in general, is becoming investment. You're becoming an investor. That's basically what that is. So if you're gonna do that and you're planning to turn a short-term profit, those two things don't line up. So yeah, if you're going in with your gut because you like the product or the company, it needs to be an investment versus you expecting success in a short-term trade, because now you're trying to cross two trading styles together, and that just doesn't work. Hopefully that made sense. So basically, for example, if I don't believe in Bitcoin, I don't have any faith in any real reasons for believing that Bitcoin's going to be $100,000 next year. I'm not thinking about that at all. But I just say, oh, Bitcoin's cool. It'll probably go up. So I'm just going to buy now. I don't care what price it's at. But at the same, so that's an investment type of strategy. But then I'm going to also buy in at a not technically correct time with my intent to be a short-term trade. What's the chances that by the time I want to exit, I'm going to be in profit? I'll probably be in the red. So like, you just can't mix the two. They don't mix and match. So shorter term investment, more technical analysis. But it really doesn't have to be complicated. The easiest way to do good technical analysis, if you want to just keep it simple, go up to a time frame like the 4-hour time frame, or maybe even the daily. Zoom out and look at the main prices where there was a lot of trading activity. And that's probably a place where it's not too bad to buy in. So the first spot I see, we had tons of trading activity. Bitcoin 30,000. A 30,000 dip would be ideal. What's the next spot? I see Bitcoin 42. That was the next main support, right in this general area between 41 and 42. So that's another line. And then the more recent line is Bitcoin somewhere around 45 to 46. In this general area, anywhere from 44 to 40, let's just say 44 to 46 is kind of the next areas of value right here, this little gap. Now, the higher we go above 46 and really above 47, the more we start getting towards the highest we've been recently, which was 50. So this is just very quick technical analysis. There's a couple lines in here that I don't want anymore. All right, so this is the top. This is the bottom. These are lines in between where I wouldn't feel so bad. This is probably the most reasonable dip zone, so I'll make it light purple. And then this would be kind of the higher end dip zone right there around 40, 46. So quick technical analysis. I just found my points of where I would like to do a short to longer term buy-in. First one about here. This one's more ideal. If I could get a dip here, that'd be cool. And if things go really bad and we end up down here, obviously that would be money. So maybe I'll just make the money one green. So what? That took 10 seconds. And now I have a couple major points mapped out. And that's quick technical analysis. So even as an investor, I could say I would feel fine holding, buying here and just closing my phone, knowing that I think Bitcoin's price target's 100K. I'll come back next year, be at 100 grand. If I'm doing something short term, though, I probably wouldn't buy at this particular, like this dip right here, and close my phone for a week or 2 weeks and hope that I'm in the green, because I'm kind of buying at the top. If I was an investor, though, maybe I wouldn't even mind buying here at 50, because like I said, next year my price target's 100K. So what is 50? I'm going to double my money. So it really depends on your time frame. Sorry, that was a long answer, but it was a good question. Thanks. It makes little sense. I believe in Doge, but I want to sell when it's around 80, 90 cents, not hold for years. So it sounds like I need to be learning TA. Seems difficult, but to learn TA, though. It's actually it can be complicated when you first get started, but overall technical analysis is pretty straightforward. You just got to know what to look for. So in the next stream I do, if I've got some time, if you're here, just feel free to ask some technical analysis related questions, and I will make it a point to answer those there. There's probably a couple other people here that are new that have some technical analysis related questions, And we used to talk about TA all the time until most of the common viewers that would come back every day kind of got the hint and figured the basics out. But I certainly don't mind going over a couple things. So, yeah. Just come back for the next stream, and we can talk some more about it. TA is almost as much as an art form as it is science, and you have to practice to do some paper trading to learn. Agreed. Yes, 100% paper trading is useful, but it really becomes like the back of your hand. I can just look at a chart without lines drawn and kind of see the main levels. Really, the easiest way to do it is just look for where the most trading activity happened. So, you know, where is the most common spot where you saw these little candles, each candle, the most common spots that they stopped at. I can see here, here, here. You know, this was a line right here. This was a little line right here. But then this was the major line where they made a big move up and stopped and made a big pull back. Here, 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 here. So now I've got bottom top right there. Support, resistance. And then I can see we had a stop here at the same spot. We had that right back before. So this is actually another level people were considering, right around 44 flat. We had another stop here, a little bit of action in that activity. We had our top here. You know, it becomes kind of basic, but we'll get into it later. Any good books or resources you recommend for TA? Go check out a channel called Trading with Rayner. That's the first one that comes to my mind. He's got a bit of an accent. If you can understand him well enough, though, he literally most of his videos are just all technical analysis. There's a couple other channels. I'll have to go back and see which ones are the ones that I'd look at. Trading Pro, Trade Pro. There's a couple. But just look up understanding candlesticks, look up support, resistance, trend lines. That's the basics. Hey, appreciate that, Snankist. Yeah. So and Snankist makes a good point. Patterns are very important. There's a couple of patterns that are really, really, really important. My recommendation first, start from step 1, which is understanding candlesticks and the meaning behind them. Step 2 is then support and resistance and trend lines. All right, and then venture out into patterns last, because they are just trends of the candles. So you need to understand the basics first to understand what the patterns are then telling you based off the candles. So got to go in that order. Candles first, then support and resistance and trend channels, trend lines, you know, uptrends, downtrends, reversals, all that, and then go into understanding actual patterns that they form. What software am I using? Right here on stream, I'm using Webull. And there is a link in the description if you want to sign up with them. Gives you like a free stock, I think, 1 or 2. I don't remember what they're doing right now, but if you sign up with that referral link, you'll get a free stock after you make a deposit or something. But Webull's very good for charting. Don't use Robinhood for charts. Robinhood's charts are abysmal. They don't tell you anything. Robinhood, in my opinion, is good to use for actually making buys and sells. So, especially with crypto, I would prefer to use Robinhood for buying and selling my crypto, but then I prefer to use Webull for looking at charts. And that's really what I do. And though they are the most basic, like, beginner platforms, and you don't need a lot to trade right. You just need to be able to buy, sell, and you need to be able to see what you're looking at. So Robinhood lets me buy and sell. Webull lets me look at the charts properly. And they're both free, and they do a good job at what they are trying to accomplish. So without overcomplicating everything, like this, I can draw trend lines. I can draw trend channels. I can mark up my charts. The charts look good. They update in real time. They're one of the, actually, Webull charts have beaten some other paid charting services in tests. Webull charts are very good. So, like in speed tests where it updates information in real time. So, strong recommendation. Exactly, Stankus. That is a good illustration there. Stankus said, whatever time frame you're looking at is nearly proportional to the money you want to make. If you're looking at minute charts, you'll make minute trades. Whichever time frames, longer time frames for bigger gains. Watch those. Yes, exactly. So if I'm an investor, maybe I'm looking at the day chart. If I'm trying to just do like a multiple day trade, maybe I'm looking at the 4 hour. If I'm trying to do a trade where I'm trying to trade something and sell it maybe in the next minutes or hours, I'm using like the 1 to 3 minute, maybe the 13 at the highest. But it's always good. Start from the top, zoom out, identify your main levels, see how, in the grand scheme of things, how far away you are from the bottom. So yeah, we can say, oh, we've got support at 48,000 here. We're looking good. In the grand scheme of things, where was the recent bottom? 28,000. We are nowhere near the actual bottom long term. We're just near a short term bottom. So if we fail here, you can see we fall down to here. We fail here, we fall down to here. We fail here, we fall to here. Fail here, fall to here. Fail here, fall to here. Fail here. Who knows how far we go down further. So that's what the big step back time frames look like. Then when I'm trying to do a shorter term trade, I can zoom in a bit, use a smaller time frame that gives me more information, more candles, more often. And then I can see, okay, well here, looking at less info, I can see 48 was a key one. 47 was some activity. Then down to 44 was a big one. Then down to 42. And then, you can keep narrowing it down, and looking for a better actual spot. Okay, I want to buy in at 48.256. That's how you go from the top down. I might be late, but it was announced the infrastructure bill will need to be voted on 927. Yeah, so they passed, they moved forward with the but were you asking, but was it late, or are you saying it was? I mean, that it was discussed. Let me go back here. And I do have to run, guys, so I'll try and make this quick. So they're still debating things out. If you look at the activity here, you can see that they discussed the Res 14, 594, 600. But for the 601 specifically, the three things in it, it looks like, I believe, if I'm reading this right. No, maybe not. They're discussing a couple different things here. It says HRES 601, provide consideration for the bill HR 4. Also provide consideration for the amendments to HR 3684, which is the infrastructure, and then also provide an adoption of the concurrent resolution for Res 14. They've done Res 14. They're now doing HR 4. That should only leave the infrastructure bill last, but they won't be talking about that for at least like another half an hour to 45 minutes. So I'm going to take a break here and come back for that. Yeah, no problem, Matt. Thanks, man. You're making me realize that strategy is more important than winning, as it's better to focus on right strategy versus trying to win money, even if it means you miss out. No, and that is 100% the case. Like I said, there are trading strategies, professional trading strategies, and you can look up, what was that? That was Trading Pro? Hang on one sec. This is just one example, by the way. No, not Trade Pro. Actually, this might have been the channel. I can't remember. They just changed the background. Channel like this, Trade Pro, they go over strategies, where they automate tests, like doing 100 trades using this particular strategy, and they talk about the win rate of each. There are profitable strategies where you have a negative win rate. Now, if you're a gamer or you understand what win rate actually means, you understand that usually when you're talking about succeeding at something, a high win rate means that over time, with a lot of different attempts, you'll eventually continue to climb. So if you're in a video game playing like a ranked system, you'll end up winning. Technically, you should be if you don't completely suck and you're getting the right amount of gains. With a higher win rate, you're gonna advance over time. But in trading, it's just like you have to consider, well, what is my win profit and what is my loss amount that I lose? In the same way that in a game, it's like, well, when I win, how many points do I get towards my rank? And if I lose, how many do I lose? Because you can be in a video game, you can have a 30% win rate. Let's just say in a rank system, 30% win rate. But if you're making, let's just say 1,000 points on your wins and you're only losing 100, you're still going to be increasing in rank and getting more points than you're losing and profitable in your points if on your winning games you are getting that much more than you're losing on your losing games. So it's that kind of math. It's the same concept in trading. The idea is to take the best trades that you possibly can based off technical analysis and go with your gut based off what you see on the charts. So if you're looking here and you're like, man, we just sold off really, really hard. I think that was an overreaction. I thought 48,000 would be the stopping point based off my TA. I could see that we had 48,000 as a stopping point before, and we bounced under it, but we rejected it a couple times. Now we're consolidating at that level. It looks like we're curling up right at 48, so I'm going to place an entry, and I think this is a low risk, high reward, and highly probable, or, it's highly probable to be successful trade. So I'm going to enter. Now you're placing a good trade. Now, the odds could be 50-50 in your favor. It could be 70-30. Your trading success just depending on what kind of trades you take. But it's about your trading strategy, cutting your losses short, and letting your gains run up to your price target, and then locking in that profit. So as long as you're trading your strategy and you're making more money than you're losing, you are a successful trader. It is not about being right on every trade. It's just about making money at the end of the day, coming out profitable. And there are plenty of pro traders. Go to a Humbled Trader, the Humbled Trader. She's a trader that I watched a lot as I was getting started. And she, at this point, uploads pretty much her daily trading results. About a month ago, she had a streak that she was on, like losing money every single day for the whole week. Does that mean she's a bad trader? No. But I can guarantee you I'm pretty sure she's a millionaire. It doesn't, how'd she get there? It wasn't from being green every day. And then there's that other guy that I don't watch because I'm not too sure about his validity. But he's the guy that is just always talking about like making hundreds of thousands of dollars per day trading. But even he talks about the red days, the days where he'll execute a couple trades, come out negative. It's never about being right every time. It's about trading properly and coming out green as much as you can. Whether that's by the day or by the week or by the month. But yeah, because in the long run, you'll make more money than focusing on the money itself. Exactly. Slow strategic, you'd be surprised how much money you'd make by not trying to just YOLO all in at specific times. Usually if you YOLO all in, that's going to be the fastest way to lose the majority of your capital. And I'm going to show you something that I made for my buddy when I was teaching him how to trade, if I still have it here. So, and I'm talking about being very methodical. So for example, I made this because back in the day, I was struggling with my own trades, and I realized that I could talk all day, every day about, having a plan, trading it. But when it got time to do it, I was just so much of a gambler and a risk taker. I'm just like, YOLO every single time. It's like, well, if I hit it big, it'll be worth it. But that's just not the way to do it. So I ended up taking a step back, taking a seat, and just taking time to make this in like Excel doc to where every part of my trade was pre-thought out. I even knew what kind of trading style, I determined what kind of trading style I wanted to go with. And I wrote the rules in on this Excel spreadsheet so that like a machine, I could say, all right, I'm seeing a good target entry point on this asset here, and I want to make an entry. So I'm going to say my planned entry here on Bitcoin is $48,100. And I haven't used this in a while, so bear with me as I try and remember what I even did here. The automatically recommended, let's see. And this is a stop loss. This is a big stop target. So this is what was the rule behind this? Like 1%. I can't remember. But this is a very big scale entry. Planned entry was at 48,000. Manually confirmed stop loss. We'll get to that in a second. Hang on. 1-to-1 exit target. Yeah, this rule isn't correct. Hang on. Oh, I need to do this. Total account size. Let's just say I'm trading with $10,000. Okay. I haven't used this in such a while. Trade entry cost. Amount of shares that I want to go in. Max position size. Oh yeah, I got to put in the stop loss, right? So it's recommending that I put a stop at 44,000, but if I'm doing a much shorter term trade, I don't actually want to risk that much. So let me do, let's just say I will be wrong if it goes under 47, 47, what was the price? 47,700, right? All right. So that's what my stop loss will actually be. So if I want to trade this properly, I can take my risk reward at a 1-to-1 ratio would mean I sell it if it goes under 47.7, but I cash out if it hits 48.5. Or what's my like 1 to 1.5 risk reward ratio? So 48.7, that'd be when I want to cash out. Or if I'm doing a 1-to-2 strategy, 48.9 is when I'd want to cash out. And then it calculates my potential loss if I get stopped out, but that should actually be based off of this. But yeah, it's just telling me if I followed the recommendation, I'd be risking 4,000. But I should actually change this to not P4, L4 times P4. Oh, it's because I'm using 10 shares. Yeah, so it's just telling me that would be my exit. If I'm using 10 shares to go in, then I would be making this much money if I exit at these particular points. 1.1 risk reward, 1.2, my profit would be $8,000. I'd be exposing myself, risking $400 per share, times I'm going in with 10 shares here. It's going to cost me this much to enter this position, so that's how much capital I'm going to need. Everything, I just put in like 2 different numbers, and it gives me all the rest of the information. If I want to do a 5% manual trail on my stop loss, it gives me that information. And then I forgot how I even did this. Sum divided by A4, S4 divided by A4. Why isn't that giving me a number? Strange. I haven't used this in a while, so maybe part of it's broken. Maybe I changed something last time I looked at it. But anyway, my point is very methodical. Very methodical. That's the way it should always be. Let's see. And there was another one I was trying to actually find. That wasn't the one I wanted to show. But that's just me saying that, like, that's how calculated your trade should be. You should be thinking a couple steps ahead. If it's just ooh, this looks right, I'm going to enter thing, that's probably not good. Oh, profit calculator, was this it? Oh no, I made this one on stream. I really want to find this. 1 second. All right, well, I can't find it. Let's see. Yeah. How much of your total disposable cash or net worth do you trade with? What percentage? I have a feeling I'm trading with way too much. I do 50 to 60% sometimes. Way too risky, I think, right? Yeah. I mean, that's definitely risky. I think that number, now you'll find advice that's saying don't trade with, really the idea is don't trade with anything you're not willing to lose. At the end of the day, that should be the number. I think doing a percentage of net worth doesn't really matter. You could be trading with 100% of your net worth, right? And you might not necessarily care because you might make a lot of money, and you might know that, yeah, I'm gonna dispose 100% of the income I have in my wallet right now and throw it into my trading account. But when I get paid next, I'm not living paycheck to paycheck, so I'm just gonna get that money right back, and I'm not gonna necessarily care that I lost it because I'm doing just fine. Like, that's the mentality of some people. So I don't think doing a calculation of like your net worth to how much you trade with this is just my opinion. You'll find other people say otherwise. Me personally, I don't think that's what's important. I feel like what's important is sticking to don't trade with anything you're not willing to lose, because what you don't want to happen is to be trading with an amount to where you start getting emotionally, where you start feeling emotions when things start to go wrong or when things really start to go right. You don't want to be influenced by your emotions when you get into trading. Just think, there are bots out there that have figured out ways to be programmed to be relatively successful and execute thousands of trades and be green, even though it's not a lot of green, be green by the end of the day. That means, and those things are not trading with emotion. They might not be as smart as us, but they're also not trading with any emotion in there. Once you introduce emotion, you start trading against what you actually know fundamentally and off of how you feel. The stock market, the crypto market, charts, patterns, they do not reflect and act based off how you feel in the moment. So all you're going to be doing is trading against what you already know because you start to feel some kind of way, whether that's panic or greed. And that is how you lose money, because then you're just going to be making the wrong choice. There's no other option. So when you start trading with too much money, so money that you're not afraid to just lose, then you are more than likely going to start doing things that you would not normally do if you were trading with the amount of money that you would be willing to lose. For example, if you make an entry at a good spot, you might see, let's just say you go in, all your money in your bank account right now, combined checking and savings, let's just say it's $10,000. Now, let's just say you make enough money to where, yes, in the next 2 weeks, you'll get your $2,000 paycheck. Let's just say that. Nice big paycheck, $2,000 after taxes. And so all your bills are paid. You don't necessarily care. You're not going to be underwater. But $10,000 is $10,000 and it's all of your savings. So you go in, you start trading with all of your $10,000 and you don't really want to lose it. So you start getting kind of emotionally attached when you do these trades. So you buy in at a technically correct spot. Let's just see, you see the strong consolidation here. Looks like the sell-off is done. You place a buy right here, right at 48,000. You know deep down your stop loss should be right here, but you bought in. It started to move up, and then it started to sell off like really hard, and you don't like the way it's looking right now. And so you just go ahead and cut early because it says on your profit loss calculator that by the time you got here, you're down, let's just say $1,500, and you don't want to risk the other $1,500 to see it come down to your stop loss here. You don't want to execute this trade properly. You don't want to lose $3,000 because that hurts. So you go ahead and you cut the trade earlier than you really should have if you were to be trading your plan. Then what ends up happening, it comes down, it bounces a little shy, and it takes off and runs. And it hits what your profit target would have been, but you sold and you're not in anymore, but you're just down $1,500 because you could not execute your trade right because your emotions kicked in and made you trade it wrong. That's what you don't want to happen. Or the opposite can happen, greed. So you buy in at the right place, you have a profit target. So let's just say you bought in $10,000 here, YOLO all in at support, and you say, according to my profit calculator, if I buy in $10,000 here, this amount of shares, my profit target should be at this price, and I'm going to make, or this price, and I'm going to make this amount. Perfect. You see that happening. It flies up there, looks, and when it gets to here, it has a nice big candle by the time it hits your profit take. And you're like, man, I went in with $2,000. I'm up $3,000 right now. This thing looks strong. I'm just going to hold on. I'm not going to take my profit here because what if it keeps going? I could be up like $10,000 off a $10,000 investment. So you don't take your profit. It goes up a little more and then it dumps. And now you're like, oh man, well, I guess I'm in profit still. So I'll just wait and hope it goes back up. Then what happens? Small bounce, it dumps. Now you're at a loss and you didn't cash in your $2,000. Now you're down $2,000 and you just screwed up your whole trading day or life because now you might be discouraged and never want to trade again. So trading with a small investment size keeps you from feeling those kind of emotions because it's disposable income or money. It's money you don't care about losing anyway. So when you're doing well, it's probably not going to be a life-changing trade. It's going to be just a proper one where you make some money. And if you lose, it's not going to be a life-changing amount of money. You're just losing some money, and then you go on to the next trade with a clear head. You don't feel any kind of way about either direction. It's just trading like a robot. That's how you want it to be. So, yeah, I don't think a percentage of your income or net worth is the right way to look at it. It should be just you knowing how much money you make each check and how much money matters to you. Trading with a small amount in relation to that. Usually a recommendation would be to start off with after you've actually learned about trading. If you're going to be day trading, I probably wouldn't recommend doing much more than $1,000 if you're starting off. For the average person, if it's going to be less than 500, I would say 500 is probably the minimum. 500 is the minimum amount that I would get into trading with. And if you don't feel comfortable trading with $500 yet, then just don't start trading. Use that time to save up to where $500 is not going to be that much money for you if you lose it. And then at the same time, what you should do is take that time while you're saving up to keep studying, keep learning, and paper trade until your finances are up to the point where you can trade comfortably with $500 and not worry about it. So the thing is, if you trade with less than $500, you're not going to be, because it kind of becomes the opposite effect. When you're trading right, you're not really going to see any kind of reward because usually profiting 10%, let's just say you make 10% per day. That's actually absolutely massive. Making 10% on your account per day. Because what you need to do is think of percentage gains from trading right, percentage gains on a larger account. So one day when you feel comfortable and you're trading with $25,000, you making 10% per day is going to be $2,500 per day. That's absolutely massive amounts of money, right? To be sitting at your computer, working from, let's just say 9 to 12, 3 hours, and making $2,500 a day. 10% gains every day is insane. You're making, that's well over six figures. That might be getting towards 7. But when you start with a $500 account, 10% gains is $50. So you might execute 6 trades that day. 4 of them went wrong. 2 of them went right. And you come up 10% in the green today. You traded amazingly well. You cut your losses very, very short, and you took your profit at your profit targets. You made $50 today. In my opinion, that's about the least amount of money that you can make and still feel any kind of reward for trading. Knowing that there's plenty of more money to be made out there, knowing that FOMO is also going to kick in. Oh, well, that move, it actually went up. I took profit at 48,400, and then it went up to 50. Imagine if I had kept it in for 50. The less amount of money you're trading with, the least reward you experience, and so you don't get the reward for trading properly at the same time. So I feel like less than 500, trading properly, 5 to 10% gains. If you're only seeing $20, you're not going to feel like you're doing too much, and it's going to take forever for you to really get to the feeling to reward for proper trading. So if you don't have about $500 to get started with, and then also if you lose on those trades, a couple of them go wrong, then your capital, then you're at 400, 350. It gets really, really hard to make money and get back up when you have that little bit of money. So if you don't have 500 yet, or a little more than that, just take that opportunity to paper trade while you continue to save up and just practice being correct with fake money. Yeah. I had 200K at 2 cents. Oh, at 0.02. I'm so sad I sold because I was getting kicked around in my personal life, man, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. People who made millions on Doge waited years for that gain. Patience is everything. Yes. Holy F, man, the second situation, overly greedy, is exactly what happened because I put in 4K Doge, too much for me, went up to 8K and I held and sold my principal of 4K, so I missed out on 4K. I see. So let me see. You put in 4K. Let me see. Too much. It went up 8 to 8K, and you held. Okay. Gotcha. Well, I will say part of that's still good. At least you went ahead. You kind of did the right thing there, because usually the recommendation is if you go in big size and you start making massive gains, the recommendation is usually to take your principal out and just be playing with house money. That also takes your emotions out of the trading game, because the money you're now playing with it's free, right? Your 4K is back in your pocket like you never spent it, and now you're messing with 4K of profit. So that helps take emotion out of trading, because it's not even like a real. You just made it for free. So that part's not too bad. But it is unfortunate if you felt like you should have sold and you just didn't because of greed. That's a little different. So yeah, I understand. But that kind of becomes more of a personal thing. Like, where do you really think Doge is going to go? Did you really think it was going to go to like 80 cents? Did you even look at the chart to see like what the likelihood, or the events to see what the likelihood of the crash would be? There's a lot of different factors in that make that whether it was, that could change whether or not that was a good, proper trade or not. I did the mistake as well of having invested in Mina Protocol. It dumped, went down 60%. I stood loyal because you became so emotionally attached. Had to wait for 2 months. Luckily, the bull was back. Yeah, that sucks. That's where having a plan comes in. Because even though you may not have a stop loss built into your exchange, if you know what your mental stop is going to be, you have to say, all right, if it goes to this, I'm out. And then you have to actually do it when it happens. Emotions is what makes you not do it. I remember there was one time, and even still, occasionally, I become victim to emotional trades. Everybody does it. Doesn't matter if you've been trading for 10 years, you get better at it, but you still do it every once in a while. I remember when Dogecoin first was messing around, broke 20, went up to 40, I had a really bad emotional trade experience then. The price went up to like 40s. I was in it. I was up a lot of money. And then one night it randomly started to crash. Remember when it went back to the teens? And I'm like, surely it won't go lower. 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 When it broke below 20 cents, I started to panic. And I'm like, what? We're back in the teens? All right, I need to get out of this. I sold at like 17 cents on the way down. Dogecoin went down another 0.7 to like 16 and a half. Bottomed out and reversed and took off like a rocket. And because Robinhood was acting up, I sold at 17. And because the app was glitching, I wasn't able to buy back in until like 25. And that was with like $10,000 worth. So you can imagine how much money I lost riding the wave all the way down and not cutting, and then selling at the bottom and not getting back in till it was already like 30% back up. Massive, massive emotional trading mistake. And I was very mad at myself for that one. What was the reason that even happened? Because I was not looking at the charts. I was looking at Robinhood only, looking at my profit loss and trying to read their line chart to an extent, but I really wasn't even looking at the line chart. If I was in front of my computer on Webull, one, I would have never let the price go down that far before I sold, and two, I definitely wouldn't have sold at the bottom because I would have been able to see that this was probably over. So that's what happens when you're not charting stuff out, doing technical analysis, and you're just going off of gut feelings. That's how good traders make money, because don't forget, when you're buying at the bottom, someone is selling that to you. That is probably the bad trader getting out at the wrong time. And when you're selling at the top, someone's buying that share from you. That is probably the bad trader FOMO buying at the top. So you want to make sure you're on the right side. And that's why I was talking about being on the right side of trading. Be the one that's doing the good trades, and the other people are the ones that are funding that for you, giving you the shares or buying it off you. How much, if it goes down, do you sell on a trade? If it goes down 10%, 20%, that depends on you personally. Everyone's got their own stop loss. Usually an average is like 5%, maybe 10%. But typically a stop loss is probably going to be 5%. And that's of your trading size. Just because you have a capital of $10,000 in your trading account doesn't necessarily mean that you go all in with that $10,000 on every trade. What the recommendation is to only risk 1% of your trading capital per trade. So that's the recommendation, and so that means that your stop loss will probably be pretty tight. And so you'll have to do that math. Now, I'm not saying that I only trade with or risk 1%, because that's not true, but that is the general recommendation. I trade a little bit riskier, but it is what it is. But yeah, not 20%. That's typically a little big. I like to buy in, and this just keeps it simple, buy as close to the bottom as I can. That way my stop loss won't be very far under me. So if I bought here, I know this was the previous low, so my stop loss is going to be somewhere like here. That way, I'm only risking a very, very small amount. My take profit, I'll figure that out. On crypto, it's a lot more vast because I'm doing more swing trading than day trading. So the spreads are a lot bigger. Because I don't usually plan to just sell within the next couple minutes or the same day. So it's a little different. But there's that. Let's just see, since we're still live, did they get to the infrastructure portion yet?
Only one. But they won the Electoral College vote. That's why some Republicans said, are you crazy? You confirm the Electoral College because it's what's protecting us against the majority. They purged voter rolls so the people who believe themselves to be registered because they had registered and voted in the past showed up to vote but were turned away. I sponsored the Help America Vote Act with a guy named Bob Ney, who was from Ohio and a Republican, and a dear friend of mine. Unfortunately, got in trouble. But he was a good man, still a good man. And we provided for provisional ballots, which simply said if you made a mistake and came to the wrong precinct, fill out the ballot. We're going to check it tomorrow or the next day, or make sure you're eligible to vote, and if you are, we'll count it. That made sense. Efforts to eliminate those. These are real and pressing challenges facing our elections and our democracy. Not imaginary fraud, but active and visibly voter suppression. We have a duty, my colleagues, Democratic and Republican colleagues, we have a duty, a responsibility, a moral responsibility to make sure that people can vote and that we facilitate their vote, not impede it.
Thanks, man. This was a wealth of knowledge. Really appreciate it. No problem, Reza. That was just kind of a basic introduction.
Lift them up.
Obviously, this is more of an infrastructure stream, so I didn't want to bore everybody too much.
And we owe it to John Lewis.
Still talk
and the
for
other
a while.
Heroes of Selma.
But yeah, definitely in the stream
and all the others,
tomorrow,
small towns and byways,
we can talk
and big
some more
cities
about
and big states,
some more technical analysis related
where
stuff.
people fought, demonstrated, were bruised, battered, beaten, and yes,
Let's see where
some
we're at.
died.
The House proceeded with 1 hour of debate on H.R. 4.
Their brothers and sisters could have the vote.
What I'm going to do, guys, is just kind of leave this running. I will leave this running in the background now because I probably won't make those training calls today.
Continue their
I'm going to take a bit of a break.
To carry on their
but I'll
work.
still kind of be in the chat.
There are no Alabama troopers
I will
waiting
go
on the
off
other
cam
side.
and get
They're
some
gonna
other
beat
stuff
us
done real quick.
or
But I'll leave
batter
this up
us
for anybody that wants to continue
or
watching.
prevent us.
If you're going to head out, I understand. Thank you for hanging
not
out
at
today.
risk.
Let me mute that real quick.
Whatever way we vote, we're going.
If you're going to head out, I understand. Thank you all for hanging out today. Of course, I will be live tomorrow with a more normal stream, I'm sure, because the House stuff should be over. But I will leave this running in hopes that they talk about the infrastructure bill next. So if that does happen, I will also try to come back on camera when that happens. But what you can also do is just leave this in the background if you want, of course. That's why I'm leaving it up, and wait and see if that does happen soon. I think it'll be next. So thank you all for hanging out, and I'll be back in a bit.
I yield back.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana.
Madam Speaker, I have a parliamentary inquiry.
Say this inquiry.
My inquiry is if it is appropriate to call the previous president as a liar is it appropriate that we can refer to the current president as a liar also?
On personalities does not apply to former presidents.
The rules of decorum do not apply to past presidents?
Personalities does not apply to former presidents.
Understood. Thank you.
From Louisiana is recognized.
Is it appropriate on the floor of the House to tell the truth?
The gentleman is not stating a proper parliamentary inquiry. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Interesting, when President Trump was in office, that the name-calling in this place about him occurred often during President's time in office. So, in California, we currently have a special election about to be underway here. Just the other day, 300 mail-in ballots were found in the car of a guy passed out in a 7-Eleven parking lot. 300 ballots. And we don't think there's an issue sometimes with the way mail-in ballots are distributed. I get anecdotes all the time from folks like this current special election that, I received 3 ballots for people that haven't lived in my apartment for a long time, or relatives that have long since passed away because they just mail them out willy-nilly everywhere. H.R. 4 is not about voting rights. It's about election control and manipulation. It's about political appointees at the Department of Justice overturning state legislative process and controlling from D.C. local election decisions. We know that Americans of the right age and legal status have the right to vote, and no one here is trying to take that away from them. It's voter suppression and hype is just a big lie. It's absurd what is trying to be perpetrated in this legislation. I yield back.
The gentleman from Louisiana reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Jones.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, 8 years ago, the Supreme Court demolished the Voting Rights Act in the deluded, dangerous belief that we had somehow overcome white supremacy and no longer needed the greatest achievement of the civil rights movement. The next day, states began making it harder for Black and brown Americans to vote, initiating the biggest wave of racist voter suppression since Jim Crow. But today, we act to restore the Voting Rights Act. We also act to reverse the Supreme Court's recent assault on the right to vote by passing my bill with Representative Ruben Gallego, the Inclusive Elections Act, which is part of this package. Having said that, let us be clear-eyed about how we got here and the threat that remains. The John Lewis Voting Rights Act will not be safe so long as 6 far-right justices of the Supreme Court stand ready to destroy our democracy. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to just remind everybody, no matter what side of the bill you're on, there's a huge trust issue going on in America right now. People do not trust the system, and that's everyone's problem. If you think a centralized election bill to move the power to Washington, D.C., and put it in the hands of Congress and the courts is going to help, you're wrong. They don't trust us, and they don't trust the courts. A decentralized system is what has worked in America. So make sure that after you support this legislation, you go back and you meet with the town clerk that runs the elections, the county clerks, the parish clerks, the municipal clerks, and yes, the state legislatures. I notice the state legislatures are taking a real beating here today. Pre-clearance expansion. Is that a can of worms that this body really wants to open up? Printed ballots, photo ID, Now we're going to mandate polling places, election timelines, primary mechanics, who can be a poll worker. These are all things that are included in H.R. 4. I just want to make sure that the public's aware of that. We are now taking the power away from the people and placing it right here in Washington, D.C., in Congress and in the courts exclusively. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Butterfield.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the chairman. Madam Speaker, for years I have said that the 1965 Voting Rights Act was written between Selma and Montgomery. The Voting Rights Act leveled the playing field and transformed Southern electoral politics. Since the Shelby decision, the right to vote and access to the ballot box are being compromised. The Subcommittee on Elections, which I chair, held 5 hearings. We called over 35 witnesses, produced a report detailing clear evidence of ongoing voter discrimination all across the country. Thank you, Chairman Nadler. Thank you, Chairman Cohen. Thank you, Ms. Sewell, for a good bill. The Voting Rights Act is as important today as ever. Passage of H.R. 4 will protect the right to vote and fully enforce the 15th Amendment. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm happy to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, to come to the correct conclusion, a law professor used to say, you've got to know the facts. And that's what the American people need here, the facts, not emotion. This bill would comprehensively transfer the power to govern elections in this country from the sovereign states to the federal government, permanently and everywhere. So what is the factual premise for so fundamentally concentrating power here in Washington and diminishing the states? What has happened to justify making pervasive and permanent what Chief Justice Roberts explained was a drastic departure from basic principles of freedom when it was necessarily undertaken in the 1960s temporarily and in limited parts of the country? Well, Democrats offer lurid claims, but the American people are catching on. Like earlier this year, Stacey Abrams claimed that a simple voter ID law would be Jim Crow 2.0, but once the absurdity of that caught up with her, she looked so ridiculous that she tried to deny ever having claimed it. Nothing epitomizes this better than the slur repeated in Rules Committee yesterday by my law school classmate and colleague, Congresswoman Ross. She quoted 3 ultra-liberal judges in the Fourth Circuit who said that when the North Carolina legislature enacted voter ID and other reforms in 2013, it, quote, targeted African Americans with almost surgical precision. Activists and media have quoted that phrase over 7,500 times, according to Google, but few know that the 3 judges who stated that finding of fact were appellate judges who were supposed to be bound by the trial judge's findings of fact, or that the trial judge found in a painstaking 400-page analysis that the legislature's bill was not discriminatory. So the 3 appellate judges abused their power. Few know how the 3 liberal appellate judges became the final word, that a Democrat state attorney general intentionally sabotaged the state's appeal to prevent an upcoming review by the Supreme Court. That AG abused his power. When the details are known, can I have 30 seconds?
Yield the gentleman another 30 seconds.
When the details are known, the absence of factual basis becomes plain. Nobody's getting wet. A University of Oregon economist showed just in February that the Shelby County decision to which this bill purports to respond has not impaired black voter turnout at all. There is no Jim Crow 2.0. This bill is about abuse of power. Democrats wish to entrench themselves in power and to use the federal government to obliterate the states in order to achieve it. You've got to know the facts.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 45 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Langevin.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in strong support of the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. As Rhode Island's former Secretary of State, I know the importance of access to the ballot box. That's why I was devastated when the Supreme Court gutted one of our most momentous civil rights bills, opening the door to a new litany of voter suppression laws. Our dearly departed John Lewis was bloodied on the bridge at Selma while peacefully urging passage of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. The scars he carried were not in vain, though, as decades of progress have shown us. But it is abundantly clear that we have not yet achieved equality of access, and there are forces at work in this country trying to undo what we have so painstakingly earned. That's why it is so important we pass this bill to restore the Voting Rights Act and ensure that every American, regardless of race, can have his or her voice heard in our democracy. Let's vote in favor of this bill and send a clear message that we want to protect every vote in America. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Beatty.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I am not sure what John Lewis, my Republican colleagues, are talking about when they say he was their friend and what he would have wanted. He helped write this bill. Let me just say that millions of black voters stood in lines across this country, including in my home state of Ohio. John Lewis, who risked his life as he crossed the Edmund Pettus Bridge. I rise in strong support of H.R. 4, the John Lewis Voting Rights Act of 2021. On behalf of the Congressional Black Caucus, we say we step into history today as we tread the same path that 56 years ago, President Johnson signed the Voting Rights Act into law, calling it a day of triumph for freedom, as huge as any victory that has ever been won on any battlefield. So to all of my colleagues, I say, support this bill. Our power, our message, the Congressional Black Caucus.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 45 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. Bordeaux.
The gentlelady from Georgia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, Georgia was one of the first states in the country to pass a voter suppression bill after the 2020 general election. But SB 202 is just our state's latest attempt to disenfranchise minority communities. Georgia has a long history of undermining the right to vote, from the Jim Crow era to recent tactics like voter roll purges and exact match policies. It's time for Congress to fix what the Supreme Court broke in their 2013 ruling, which effectively gutted the Voting Rights Act. When I came to Congress, I vowed to support the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, and I am proud to keep that commitment today. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 4 and protect the sacred right to vote. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield a minute and a half. The gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Bogg.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the gentleman yielding. Madam Speaker, we have weak leadership now and a crisis in Afghanistan. We have a crisis at our border because of weak leadership. We have an inflation crisis because of weak leadership. And we have a crime issue in our cities as a result of weak leadership. And now we debate pre-clearance requirements that are unnecessary and unconstitutional. We hear that they're necessary because of voter ID laws. It takes a vote, it takes an identification to buy liquor in this country, to buy marijuana in this country, to drive a car in this country. To enter this building, it takes an identification. And yet it is such a burden that we need to have pre-clearance with the Department of Justice because of that heavy burden that is being placed on citizens. Pre-clearance from an administration that has screwed up Afghanistan, screwed up the border, screwed up inflation, and we're supposed to go to them and ask them for permission because voter ID is such a burden. If there weren't people streaming across this border that could potentially vote, we wouldn't be asking for voter ID laws across this country. But we are. You can't screw things up on the one hand and on the other hand, try to require pre-clearance. It's wrong. I ask my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 45 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 4, critical legislation that confronts the crisis facing our democracy. In Florida, we witnessed a Republican legislature attempting to cling to power through voter suppression, taking special aim at black and brown voices. The blatantly anti-democratic legislation signed by Governor DeSantis this year makes voter registration harder, limits voting by mail, and curbs the use of secure ballot drop boxes. Similar suppression tactics took root across the nation, with at least 18 states making it harder to vote this year. To honor our dear friend and colleague, Congressman Lewis, we must stand up to this assault on our constitutional rights. This bill will stop those who want to shape the electorate to help them win elections because they can't win on their losing agenda. At this moment in history, bold action is necessary to protect the right to vote. After we pass this bill, we must ensure it moves through the Senate. Our very democracy depends on it. Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 45 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gallego.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. It's because of the courage and sacrifice of civil rights leaders like Congressman John Lewis that we were able to pass the Voting Rights Act of 1965. But for over a decade, we've witnessed a new era of voter suppression and Jim Crow laws pursued by Republican state legislators, including in my state of Arizona. These attacks on our right to vote are nothing new. For too long, Black, Latino, and Native American voters have overcome incredible barriers to cast their votes. That's not how American democracy should work. That's why Representative Mondaire Jones and I were proud to add a provision to this bill today that bans discriminatory voting laws that harm voters of color. I strongly urge my colleagues to pass this bill and this provision with it, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman. I'm sorry, reserve. We'll reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 45 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Quigley.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, 66 years ago this week, Emmett Till was brutally lynched by two white supremacists. When his body was returned to his mother, Mamie Till, in Chicago, she held an open casket funeral because, in her words, I wanted the world to see what they did to my baby. This was a galvanizing moment for the civil rights movement, but it was not the end of Mamie Till's Mobley's activism. She spent the rest of her life touring the country, speaking out about the injustice of her son's murder. 23 years teaching in the Chicago public school system, continuing to speak to students in the Chicago area as late as the year 2000. Today we are witnessing the reemergence of the kinds of voting discrimination that she spoke out against. We must pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Bill for Mamie Till, for John Lewis, and for every hero who fought for civil rights.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I recognize the gentleman from Illinois for the purposes of entering unanimous consent request.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd ask unanimous consent to introduce into the record a joint report from the Committee on House Administration and the Committee on Judiciary, Republicans, titled An Unprecedented and Unconstitutional Power Grab, How Democrats Are Abusing the Constitution to Nationalize Elections.
Without objection.
They are reserved, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 45 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Adams.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Congressman John Lewis earned his reputation as the conscience of this body because of his leadership during the long march of equal rights at the ballot box. John, along with so many people of conscience and courage, were arrested, beaten, bruised, and even murdered. The memory of being denied the right to vote still dwells in the minds of countless Americans. Many of those minds, like John, survived crushing blows to the skull to earn that right. John fought and bled for voting rights. He led the charge for voting rights. He should be honored by passing this bill drafted in his name. We had the one promise of one man, one vote since the birth of this country, and we can't backslide on this progress. The John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act will help us get to the promised land, where every person has the right to vote. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I again recognize the gentleman from Illinois for the purpose of entering a unanimous consent request.
The gentleman
Madam
is recognized.
Speaker, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to submit for the record the Census Bureau report detailing record turnout in 2020, also Election Integrity Network HR 4 fact sheet, and the Honest Election Project analysis, HR 4 legal and constitutional challenges, independent women's forum analysis, DC bureaucrats and judges will steal the pen in drawing voting districts, and also Foundation for Government Accountability analysis, HR 4 isn't voting progress, it is a power grab.
Without objection. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 45 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, and still I rise to announce that I will not only vote for H.R. 4, but I will also vote for those who are making it possible and who have made it possible for me to vote for H.R. 4. I will vote for Medgar Evers, who was assassinated trying to secure the right to vote. I will vote for Schroeder and Goodman, two Jews who died in Mississippi along with Goodman to secure the right to vote. I will vote for all of those who suffered on the Edmund Pettus Bridge on Bloody Sunday to secure the right to vote. I will do so because although it was signed in ink by a courageous president, it was written in blood. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I recognize the gentleman from Illinois for the purpose of entering another unanimous consent request, or a series of requests.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the following reports. An analysis of HR entitled How HR 4 Would Let Leftist Extremists Control the Entire Nation's Elections. The Lawyers Democracy Fund, HR 4 Analysis. Real Clear Politics article, Jim Crow 2.0 is Imaginary. A letter opposing HR 4 from Independent Women's Forum and others. The Heritage Analysis, another bill in Congress to give partisan bureaucrats control over state election laws. And lastly, the Honest Elections Project Action Analysis, HR 4 Analysis, the Nancy Pelosi power grab.
And the gentleman reserves.
I reserve. Yes.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 45 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Lee.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Chairman Nadler. Thank you, Congresswoman Terry Sewell, Speaker Pelosi, Whip Clyburn, and so many members for their leadership in keeping our eyes on the prize. Now, the Supreme Court gutted critical protections of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Today, we are restoring that constitutional right that so many states are taking away from black and brown people, rural people, people of color, everyone. Sooner or later, it'll be all of us who will be subject to these Voter Restrictions Act. So make no mistake, these are efforts to turn the clock back to the days of Jim Crow. That's not something I'm imagining. Let me tell you, I vividly remember as one who was born and raised in El Paso, Texas. So I too salute our Texas legislators for their boldness in protecting the right to vote. H.R. 4 can restore these crucial protections that our beloved John Lewis and so many others fought for. John said, "The right to vote is precious, almost sacred. In honor of his legacy as a paragon of democracy, let us vote to pass the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act." Thank you again, and thank you, Congresswoman Terry Sewell, G.K. Butterfield, our Speaker, everyone who has brought this bill to the floor.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'll reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 45 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Michigan, Representative Lawrence.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Madam Speaker, like in many states, Republicans in Michigan's legislature has introduced legislation to suppress the right to vote. Make no mistake about it, the fundamental right to vote in this country is under assault. That's why my dear friend John Lewis once said, it is the most powerful nonviolent tool, voting is the most powerful nonviolent tool we have in our democracy. Today we fight back. Today we have an opportunity to restore the power of the vote. I urge my colleagues to support the John Lewis Voting Rights Amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 45 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky.
The gentlelady is recognized.
One of the greatest honors and privileges of my life has been to serve with John Lewis, who I had the privilege of calling a precious friend. In August, 58 years ago, John Lewis, the young John Lewis, led a march to Washington with Martin Luther King. And on August 16th of 1965, the momentous Voting Rights Act was signed into law thanks to John Lewis. And today, on August 25th, 2021, we are here to vote for the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, a bill that he almost gave his life to pass all those years ago, will now be restored to power of the vote, right, and the right to vote in the new legislation named for our dear friend and the conscience of this Congress. And I yield back. Let's vote yes.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm happy to yield a minute and a half to my dear friend from Texas, Mr. Arrington.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentlelady, and I thank my friend from Louisiana. Madam Speaker, COVID was the excuse to bail out blue states, poorly managed, and union pensions, poorly managed. Our current recession's been the excuse to pay people more to be on unemployment than to be at work, or to permanently expand these social welfare programs that were supposed to be temporary and targeted. The supposed climate crisis is the excuse for destroying our energy independence. And if you listen to my colleagues' comments today, you would think there was rampant voter suppression and a rise of racial discrimination in voting. That's not true. That is simply not true. And it's divisive, and I would suggest it is dangerous for our country. The real crisis, Madam Speaker, is America's confidence in the integrity of our elections, because elections are the backbone of our democracy. And so we need to make sure we do everything to ensure free and fair process and an accurate outcome. That's the responsibility, according to the Constitution, of the states. We don't need federal government lawyers or the DOJ to be weaponized against states' efforts to make these reforms with respect to voter ID and mail-in ballot eligibility and other integrity reform measures. So, Madam Speaker, let's stick to the Constitution. Let's uphold it. Let's protect the state's right to secure and improve election integrity for our citizens and our electoral process in this great country. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Louisiana reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 45 seconds to the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Castor.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, over the past decades, when officials in Florida tried to restrict access to the ballot box, the Voting Rights Act provided protections for all Floridians to cast their vote. Maybe they limited hours of voting, or didn't provide timely notice to changes to polling places, or didn't provide clear ballot language. The Voting Rights Act was there. But unfortunately, the U.S. Supreme Court gutted the Voting Rights Act, and after that, state officials moved to enact other discriminatory practices to keep certain people and people from color from casting ballots. It's wrong. So it's vitally important that the Congress adopt the John Lewis Voting Rights Act to make sure voting is fair, especially in places where voting discrimination has been historically prevalent. As John Lewis said, when you see something that is not right and not fair,
You have to speak up, you have to say something, you have to do something, and that's what we're going to do today, Rep. Sewell. We're going to act to pass a reinvigorated Voting Rights Act, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes.
From New York, reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, a foundational dependency of any democracy sustaining is its citizens having confidence in the outcome of its elections. Simply put, if people don't have faith in elections, democracy doesn't work. According to a recent Gallup poll, America's confidence in our elections has decreased by 20% since 2009. Ensuring that our elections are run in a way that makes it easy to vote and hard to cheat increases confidence. A common best practice to ensure election integrity are voter IDs, a way for people to prove they are who they say they are. For Democrats to equate this with the poll taxes of the early 20th century is a ludicrous false equivalency. According to the Honest Election Project, 77% of all Americans support voter ID requirements, including 75% of independents, 64% of African Americans, and 76% of low-income voters. Knowing that, what does the majority do? They include language in H.R. 4 that would restrict common sense voter ID requirements and require the judicial branch to consider voter ID laws as evidence of voter suppression and, by extension, racist. That doesn't restore faith in elections. H.R. 4, as introduced, would require pre-approval by an unaccountable election czar in the Biden DOJ before any state or locality under pre-clearance could enact popular, common-sense voter ID laws. H.R. 4 goes even further, requiring almost a dozen states that have their existing voter ID laws examined by the Biden DOJ before they can continue to be enforced. These are the same election integrity laws that have been in place for years. This is a partisan power grab of maintaining control. Madam Speaker, if we adopt the motion to recommit, we will instruct the Committee on Judiciary to consider my amendment to H.R. 4 to strike from the bill the provisions that penalize state and local governments who implement common sense voter ID requirements. I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of the amendment in the record immediately prior to the vote on the motion to recommit.
Without objection. The gentleman from Louisiana reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 45 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. Williams.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in the spirit of my predecessor, Congressman John Lewis. Congressman Lewis taught us that when you see something that is not fair, not just, not right, you have a moral obligation to find a way to get in the way. The voter suppression laws that have been enacted across the country and what is happening in my home state of Georgia is the very definition of the good trouble that John Lewis taught us to get into to push back against. We might not be counting jelly beans in a jar, but make no mistake, they seek the same purpose, to stop people who look like me from accessing their right to vote. We all have an opportunity to get in the way today by voting yes on the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. If my colleagues ever wondered what they would have done during the civil rights movement, this is your opportunity to find out. Our democracy is on the line. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we have one final speaker who will close for us. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Well, we'll close then, Madam Speaker. The American people can see clearly what is happening here. Democrats in the Congress are more focused on taking federal control over the election processes in Republican-led states than addressing the ongoing catastrophe that the Biden administration has created in Afghanistan and at our southern border with inflation, the ongoing pandemic. There are so many things that should be occupying our time, and yet they're using it for this. The cry of voter suppression is not only untrue, but as Mr. Arrington said so well here just a few moments ago, it is also divisive and dangerous. We need to speak truth, as Mr. Hoyer said a little while ago, and we are. We had 6 hearings in the Constitution Subcommittee since January on this. I'm the ranking Republican there. Not a scintilla of evidence presented to say that voters are being suppressed, that the election integrity laws that are being passed by the states pursuant to their constitutional authority are in any way inappropriate. To the contrary, they are expanding access to the ballot. As we've said so many times as I close, it has never been easier in America to vote. I yield back.
The gentleman yields.
Madam
The
Speaker,
gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield the balance of our time to the distinguished Majority Whip, Mr. Clyburn.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the gentleman for yielding me the time. I want to take this time to thank my colleagues in this august body for the civility that we have demonstrated here as we approach this final vote. I want to thank the Democrats, every single one of whom co-sponsored this legislation. And I'm hopeful that this can be a bipartisan result. Because I think that all of us know that our country has a history of voter suppression and voter denial. I think all of us are quite aware of recent efforts being made in many states, 49 having passed laws that are called restrictive by objective analysis that have been made. These laws are not needed. These laws are the very creative instruments that will be used, if not checked, to suppress the vote. We all heard a recent candidate, having lost an election, call upon election officials to just find me the number of votes that I need to win this election. If that's not voter suppression, I would like to know how we defined it. So I want to thank all of us for what we've done here today, and I hope that this result can be a bipartisan one, and I yield back.
All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 601, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to amend the Voting Rights Act of 1965 to revise the criteria for determining which states and political subdivisions are subject to Section 4 of the Act and for other purposes.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois moves to recommit the bill H.R. 4 to the Committee on the Judiciary.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to commit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed? No. The noes have it.
Madam Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Is it on? For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeSaullier pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeSaullier will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson votes no on the motion to reconsider.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote no on the motion to recommit. As the member designated by Congresswoman Grace Meng pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Meng will vote no on the motion to recommit. And as the member designated by Congressman Sean Patrick Maloney pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congressman Maloney will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Herrera Butler of Washington pursuant to House Resolution 80, I inform the House that Ms. Herrera Butler will vote aye on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Harshbarger pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Harshbarger will vote yea on the motion to recommit. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
Yes, Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Khanna pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Khanna will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hagedorn of Minnesota pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hagedorn will be voting yea on the motion to recommit. As the member designated by Ms. Stefanik of New York pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Stefanik will be voting yea on the motion to recommit. As the member designated by Mr. Thompson of Pennsylvania pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Thompson will be voting yes on the motion to recommit. As the member designated by Mr. Reschenthaler of Pennsylvania pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Reschenthaler will be voting yea on the motion to recommit.
I did not mean to. This is the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gibbs of Ohio pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gibbs will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose? For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
Delaware? For what purpose does the gentlelady from Delaware seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Daggett of Colorado pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Daggett will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose? How do I turn this off? For what purpose does the gentlelady from Iowa seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Garbarino of New York, pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Garbarino will vote yea on the motion to recommit H.R. 4.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Good evening, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. David Scott of Georgia, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I hereby inform the House that Mr. Scott will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Calvert of California pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Calvert will vote yes on the motion to recommit. And as a member designated by Mr. Nunes of California pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Nunes will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Amberday pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Amberday will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Oregon seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Blumenauer of Oregon, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Blumenauer will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mullen of Oklahoma, pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mullen will vote yea on the motion to recommit. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Stevens of Michigan, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Stevens will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek? For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote no on the motion to recommit. And as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson-Coleman, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Watson-Coleman will vote no on the motion to recommit. And as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Series will vote no on the motion to recommit. And finally, as the member designated by Mr. Paul Tonko, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Tonko will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fleischman of Tennessee, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fleischman will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. Walorski from Indiana and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mrs. Walorski will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Brownlee, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Brownlee will vote no on the motion to recommit. As the member designated by Ms. Frankel, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Frankel will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Katko of New York, pursuant to House Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Katko will vote yea on the motion to recommit, and as the member designated by Mr. Young of Alaska, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Young will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
The gentleman from Washington seek recognition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Horsford, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Horsford will vote no on the motion to recommit.
Purpose is the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition.
As the member designated by Mr. Luchtenmeyer pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Luchtenmeyer will vote yes. And as the member designated by Mrs. Wagner pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mrs. Wagner will vote yes.
The gentleman from California seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sanchez pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sanchez will vote no on the motion to recommit. And Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Roybal Allard pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Roybal Allard will vote no on the motion to recommit. And as the member designated by Ms. Teresa Leger Fernandez, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Leger Fernandez will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Grijalva, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Grijalva will vote no on the motion to recommit. And as a member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Adderholt of Alabama pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Adderholt will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote no on the motion to recommit. And Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Cardenas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Cardenas will also vote no on the motion to recommit.
Oh, man, it's going to be. It's going to.
10 a.m. to 2 a.m.
We were pretty short last year.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Vern Buchanan of Florida pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote yay on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeFazio of Oregon, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeFazio will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Michelle Steele of California pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Steele will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
What purpose does the gentleman from Washington State seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Marilyn Strickland of Washington State pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Representative Strickland will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Granger of Texas pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Granger will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McNerney pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House Mr. McNerney will vote no on the motion to recommit.
What purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Chris Stewart, pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Stewart would vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Newman of Illinois pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Newman will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Barry Moore from the state of Alabama pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Moore will vote aye on the motion to recommit.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Escobar of Texas pursuant to House Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Escobar will vote no on the motion to recommit. Thank you.
New Hampshire? For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Pingree pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Pingree will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Duncan of South Carolina, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Duncan will vote nay on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. John Garamendi of California, pursuant to House Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Garamendi will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
I want to make a correction. For Mr. Duncan of South Carolina will vote yea on the motion to recommit. Okay, thank you.
New Jersey? For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Davids of Kansas pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Davids will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representative McMorris Rogers pursuant to House Res. 8, I inform the House that Representative McMorris Rogers will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Hawaii seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Costa of California pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Costa will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Peter Meyer of Michigan, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Meyer will vote yea on the motion to recommit H.R. 4. As the member designated by Representative John Curtis, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Curtis of Utah will vote yea on motion to recommit H.R. 4.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Henry Cuellar,
pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cuellar will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Emmer of the state of Minnesota pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Emmer will vote yea on the motion to recommit. As the member designated by Mr. Diaz-Balart of the state of Florida pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Diaz-Balart will vote yea on the motion to recommit. As the member designated by Mr. Timmons of the state of South Carolina pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote yea on the motion to recommit. As the member designated by Mr. Stubbe of the state of Florida pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote yea on the motion to recommit. And as the member designated by Ms. Salazar of the state of Florida pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote no on the motion to recommit.
Texas? For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Nels of Texas and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Nels will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Norma Torres pursuant to House Resolution 8, inform the House that Congressmember Norma Torres will vote no on the motion to recommit. Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Vargas pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Vargas will vote no on the motion to recommit. And Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Raul Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Ruiz will also vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Tom Reed of New York pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Reed will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
What's up,
Thank
guys?
you. Now you
I'm back very briefly.
For what purpose
I
does the
think.
gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Moulton of Massachusetts pursuant to HRES 8, I will inform the
So, basically, I've been trying to do some research while I was gone as well and try and get a better understanding of what's going on. Because, like I said, I don't usually watch these, and this process is very, very confusing. They talk in words that the everyday person doesn't use. Right now, apparently what they're doing, so a motion to recommit would be a motion to, it says here, according to Google, the motion to recommit with instructions provides one final chance to amend a bill before it's passed by the full House. So by saying no to the motion to recommit, they're basically saying no to the motion to amend. That's apparently what that means. It basically lets them have like another House debate if they were to vote yes, another House debate on potentially amending. If they vote no, then it will not be debated. It will be passed as is. Now, this particular motion to recommit is on, let me see. Well, hang on before I even say that. Oh. This is on the motion to recommit HR 4, which is the tax voting. I mean the Voting Rights Act. It's the motion to amend that they're voting no to right now. And obviously at this rate, the Democrats are going to win this one again, as long as a substantial amount of people don't vote yes. And I guess like
what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek
came out of the shower. Any
recognition?
updates? So did I.
Speaker, as the member designated.
So basically, just like you guys are saying, Austin saying, and everything, and Tripper, it looks like their reasoning is they don't want to go back into trying to amend the bill, regardless of whatever, because I guess it's the Republicans' play right now to delay everything. They don't want to consider any of these bills at this time because they're, I guess, focused on trying to get the troops out of Afghanistan. So I guess that's their reasoning. I'm not getting into the politics. I don't care. I'm just trying to explain what's going on. So I think that's the what's going on right now. And so due to that, the Republicans are specifically voting on all the things that would make this delay. Like, let's do this another time and let's not focus on these right now. Or maybe they just don't like the bill. I don't know. But either way, they're voting against, and they're voting to amend and to reconsider later, whereas the Democrats are voting to not amend and to push forward so that these actually get passed by October 1st and like put into effect soon. So with that reasoning, I would assume also if they're doing this with all of these bills that they're also going to nay the motion to recommit on HR 3684, which will be the infrastructure package. I don't think they did a motion on that yet. So I'm reading that they already blocked it, but I'm not seeing that in what we saw today, unless we just missed it somehow. Well, okay. Hopefully this won't be too much longer so we don't even have any questions left, but that's just what I'm trying to that's how far I've gotten. Still trying to figure it out. I don't know how much more is left, guys. If you feel like your time's being wasted, trust me, I'm right there with you. But I'm just trying to wait and make sure I get a good answer. Bitcoin is not doing very much right now, which makes me think that we didn't actually get the confirmation. But if I'm seeing articles saying that they blocked the amendment,
will vote
then
no on the motion to recommit.
I would assume they know what they're talking about more than me when it comes to the
For
political
what purpose
process.
does the
'Cause I don't
gentlewoman from
know
New
anything
York
about it.
seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated
Is it done?
by
No.
Chairwoman Carolyn Maloney pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Maloney will vote no on the motion to recommit.
I have
As
a
the
bit of a
member
concern with the price action here, guys. Now, holding at support is typically a good thing, right? So all these bounces off 48, that's nice. But we lost steam, bounced off the the underside of the 200 EMA. I don't really want to see us come back to 48 because if we break a new low here, then we're probably going to see a downtrend into 46s, 45s. So this could be kind of the start of a sell-off. I'm not sure if that's what I'm not feeling too good about that. We'll just have to see. This could have been a nice two-step reversal here. I don't like that this came from a curling up motion to now curling to the other side. Usually you see a nice bowl at the bottom and then a breakout to the top. I don't know what's going on here. We'll see how this plays out. In too deep, no time wasted. Yeah, me too, man. Mario, what's going on, Dr. Dre? Been gone for a bit. College just started. I feel you, man. I'm sure you've been busy. How's life been for me? It's been all right. Just been streaming a lot and been very busy, but life's been all right, man. Thanks for asking. Glad to see you back here on the channel. Hopefully college is going all right. Doesn't the 3 minutes show you a different story? Let's take a look. I mean, no, the 3 minute doesn't really. That's what I was looking at. I was looking at the 3 minute. The 1 minute shows that we passed above the 200 EMA and we just flipped to the bottom side of it, which isn't all that bad, especially if we just stop here because this is the super short-term support at about 48, 150. So we could get a bounce here, go back to the top side, and then we could eventually, we could just mess around and decide to go up. The 3 minute 200 EMA, we came up to this pullback and bounced off the underside of it. So that's why I don't like that. That's why I don't like what just happened here. Now if we start going lower, I'm going to be concerned. Can I scroll up and answer your question? Yeah, let me take a look. Hope they do something soon. I don't know at this point. I don't care at this point, up or down. I have to pick up my girl and eat, and I feel you, man. I am starving. I have not eaten yet either. My stomach's making all kinds of noises. Can I scroll up and... I'm sorry about that. Yeah, you're in at 29 Doge. Don't think you're going to short it yet. Might just average down if it dips. That's fair. 28, 29 isn't a bad price, guys, as long as Bitcoin doesn't crash too hard. As long as you're in with a comfortable size where you can average down, should be all right. I just don't know if I would all in at 29, basically, is my thought. Yeah, hopefully it doesn't dip more than 5. That would be my hope. We don't really see it going too far under 25 cents. Maybe 24, especially not under 23. All right, let's see what to-do set up here. So based on the vote, we should see Bitcoin falling. I would assume that we at the very least don't see Bitcoin go any higher. So in my opinion, that puts me in a bearish mindset, which makes me not want to buy. So guys, I just want you to know exactly what I'm feeling here at this point. Obviously, it's not going to be too good if the amendment is banned from being considered. That's not going to put... Whoa. Okay, never mind. If the amendment is considered... Or if the amendment's not considered, I'm sorry, and the bill just has to get passed forward as is, it's not going to put Bitcoin in a good spot. So I don't predict off bad news. Logically, I'm not going to predict the bull run, which if you're not feeling bullish, there's only one other thing to feel, which is bearish, which usually means you're either not holding a position at all because you don't want to be holding and you just don't know what's happening next, so you're very neutral. That contributes to no price action movement. Or you are going to be selling your position to get out, or you're going to be shorting or something like that, which contributes to negative price action, downward pressure. So if it gets moved forward as is, I don't see a potentially great entry time being right now. I would rather, and the whales can be very unpredictable, guys. They know how to manipulate the market, especially when you're talking about like corporations that do a lot of this with large position size. They will make it look like everything's going to be all right. Let retail confidence build. Let them start buying up, raise the price slowly, and then they'll decide to dump. And then you'll see the steep downtrend as people panic.
The nays are 218. The motion is adopted. Is not adopted. The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8. The yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device.
So many
For
votes.
what purposes? Designated by Ms. Escobar of Texas pursuant to Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Escobar will vote yes on H.R. 4. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So now they're voting to actually, okay.
For what purposes the gentlewoman from New York?
Oh,
seek
man. Their
recognition?
process, guys, is, man, they vote on every thought process. They have a full vote on every thought process. Do we want to consider this today? Let's have a 30-minute vote. Okay. All right, so we've decided we want to talk about this today. Now, do we actually want to, consider this today? Yeah? Okay. All right, we'll have another 30-minute vote on that. Now that we're considering it, do we want to change it? All right, we'll have a 30-minute vote on that. And, okay, now are we going to pass it as is? All right, let's have another vote on that. It's crazy. Oh, it's crazy. I couldn't do it. That's way too much time. And it's each bill like that. There's got to be a faster way to vote. But I guess if you want to be all old school, have to have everybody have their statement as well. Just general opinion. So to the point, guys, if anything, if this crypto tax regulation with current verbiage is going to move forward, yes, long term, it should be pretty much an assumption that the verbiage will not stay as it is for long, and that people are not going to, people probably won't 100% freak out. They've got to expect, one, there's going to be an amendment coming soon in court action after it gets passed, and two, that enforcement might not be immediate anyway. That does not mean that it's not bearish bad news, all right? And so for that reason, I expect if anything happens, that nothing good will happen. And if that's the case, I'm not going to just place an entry at the top with no positive catalyst. Hopefully that makes sense. That's my thought process. Yes, we have good news out there, but in my opinion, Elon Musk's Tesla thing, Amazon's retail thing, and this are the three biggest price contributing factors, the three biggest things that we have going on right now. And this one's the most important short term to me, in my opinion. So, if this is bad news, I want to wait. And if it's going to crash, let it crash. If it's not going to crash, let it prove to me that it's not going to crash. And wait for some positive signs to kick back in. I would expect to see a sell-off, especially since we've pulled back from 50 all the way down to 48, and we're getting stalled out pretty hard here. It looks like we're in the sell-off territory, but from this move down here, this is what I see a lot of times on reversals. This two-step move down and then a move up, or even three, right? So this is geared up to go either way at this point. I think good news, it would go up. Bad news, it could sell off. But we're at support right now, testing it. So we're not at 50K anymore. We're at a low point testing it. That's just my thought. Whether or not it plays out that way or not, guys, like I said, it's not the point. It's mitigating risk. That is an important part of trading. And whatever you think is the risk, mitigate that. Your opinion might be different from mine. I'm just sharing my opinion and my thought process. And since that's my thought process, guys, I'm not going to go long and buy if I don't feel comfortable. That's just me. All right. And so that means if I decide not to buy in and I end up missing a couple cents on Dogecoin, missing a couple $1,000s on Bitcoin, missing a couple $100 on Ethereum, or a couple cents on ADA, I don't care, because I made my choice in advance specifically to not expose myself to what I thought was the potential risk. All right. And that comes with a cost of potentially being wrong and missing out on a little bit of profit in exchange for not losing profit. So it's fine. That's just the way it goes.
Designated by Mr.
Pursuant to House Res 8.
Nice bounce here off this level.
Mr. Garber will vote no on the passage of HR4.
What's that? Dr. Dre,
For what
Mac Dre has
the
become a
gentleman from
member. Dude, thank you so
Washington
much
seek
for joining the group.
Thank you,
Glad
Madam
to have you. Thanks for the
Speaker. As
support.
the member designated by
I'll
Mr.
check out your other
Horsford,
question in just a
pursuant
sec
to
here.
HRS 8,
Sadhu, your other question?
I inform the House.
Thank you, Dr. Dre. Appreciate that. I will go ahead and shoot you an invite to the members-only Discord group, because that's what you get in for joining. So hang on just a moment. I'm glad to see a lot of people joining it up, not even because there's a cost to it. Of course, YouTube does take a portion anyway. The whole point of this is to be a serious, focused area where obviously, guys, you get access to me whenever you need to ask a question. So it doesn't really matter what time of day it is or if I'm streaming or not. If you want to talk about what my entry points are, what my strategy is for the next 2 weeks for certain things, what I think about certain cryptocurrencies, that's where the Discord group comes in. That's where I do all the talking after stream. And not just me, but the other people in the group that also have decided they want to take cryptocurrency seriously. A lot of them have good, various opinions. They're not always the same as mine, but it's good to get, if people feel like, they've done their research and they know what they're talking about that certain thing, it is nice to get various opinions so you can see all potential angles to look at it by and then make a decision for yourself. So it's a focused group and we talk about a lot. So it's a good place to be, in my opinion. If you want to join, after you subscribe to the channel, of course, it's the join button. You become a super member like he just did, and that's how you get in. It's the only way in. All right, I will go ahead and send you a link. Oh, it's just a resub? Yeah, I was like, wait a minute. I thought Dr. Dre was in there. Maybe he canceled and came back. All right, well, thank you for resubbing. Appreciate it, man. Oh, that's right. You're baying there. It's hard to remember like the YouTube name to the Discord group name sometimes. Thanks for that reminder. Okay, cool. Got it. Thank you for rejoining. Appreciate it. Welcome to another month. Now you've got the big rocket too. You see that rocket upgrade? Oh no, I feel you on that, Dr. J. Yeah, they vote on literally everything. This is taking forever. Yeah, no problem, Josiah. Absolutely. Glad to help. Austin says, so I'm pretty sure they voted to not allow amendments to the bill, but they have not voted on the actual bill yet. Yeah, I think you're right. And we just, I guess we don't know if they're going to vote on that today or not. Maybe they'll have a vote on voting later. How does that work? Yeah, that rocket's hype. That's the good rocket. That's the good rocket. Derbs is about to get that rocket next. I like that rocket. Oh, hang on. Man, it's so confusing. See, look here. Res 601, it was passed. It says, on ordering the previous question, which was providing for consideration of H.R. 4, the Voting Rights Act, for providing for consideration of the Senate amendment to H.R. 3684, Infrastructure and Investments Act, and providing for the adoption of the concurrent resolution RS 14 and for other purposes. Votes were yes. Doesn't that mean for consideration? Votes were yes to on the previous question, and then it says on agreeing to the resolution. Agreeing to the resolution. Does that mean agreeing to move forward as is? Because I'm pretty sure there were amendments in the infrastructure bill that were not tied to the cryptocurrency portion. So maybe this is just saying consideration of the bill as was sent by the Senate in its amended state, but not with the cryptocurrency amendment in it. And they voted yes to pass it as is with this. So maybe I was just reading it wrong. Oh. Huh? Oh. What's up, Josh? What's the topic of today's discussion? Just trying to figure out all that's going on with these votes and the crypto amendment deal. It's all very complicated verbiage and wording and all that stuff. I don't watch these often, so maybe it's just complicated to me, but the general understanding is that they've already passed the bill as is to go to vote as is without the amendment that we would need to the crypto tax verbiage. So that part apparently is already out the window, and the next thing to do would be to vote on the bill as is. And yeah, I know what you mean, ADG. That is we'll work on that, man. We'll get you. There's specific times. The nice thing about cryptocurrency is if you are a part of like a research group, or if you're doing the research yourself, you can time buys based off technical analysis and off of world events at the same time. And that gives you a really, really high chance of being correct. And then you can just buy it and sit in it for a while. So it's really about timing the right time to buy, and then timing the right time to sell. A very common thing that happens with a lot of beginner early traders, a very common thing that we want or that happens with early traders is they end up buying, but it's at the point where it's most likely going to reverse. And it could be for factors you just don't see. Maybe you're doing the technical analysis, everything looks right, and then a world event kicks in, like something here, and it just dumps on you when you didn't expect it, or vice versa. So it's a combination of technicals and what I call social sentiment. It's not just what I call it, but yeah. And so honestly, sometimes it's less about technical analysis in crypto and more about announcements, news, and catalysts. And so that's what makes it really, really better, is if you can look into the catalysts and what the outcome will probably be based off the reaction to those, you can get in at the right time and then you'll be in early. That's what we do when we live stream every day. Is usually we're talking about catalysts first and technical analysis second. That's the way it usually goes with crypto. You have Tiger King, Shiba, Baby Doge. So the thing is with those, you've got a lot of the riskier coins as well. You've got the I buy this and I hope that it pumps coin, right? So you've got Shiba Inu, whose whole purpose or goal is to hope that it hits 1 cent or even 10 cents eventually, right? And that's based off of community hype and pump value and catalyst helping pump it to get there. Not that there's anything wrong with the coin. I'm just saying this is the coin section that you've gone into. Tiger King also is going to be community hype, and it's like almost like a pyramid scheme thing where it's like get in early and try and hope that you have other reasons or catalysts for other people to get in to help boost the price up for you so that then you can sell later. That's what Tiger King is. That's what Shiba is. And then Baby Doge, people got into that because it was very, very volatile and very, very volatile and following Dogecoin's price action. And it seemed like a way higher reward play. But the thing with those coins, they are way higher risk to reward, which means, yes, there could be a chance where you throw $1,000 in there and you have $10,000, right? Or there's a chance you throw $1,000 in there and you bought the top because you never really know when everybody's going to dump. And next thing you know, you have $50. Those aren't the coins that I really do on this channel. The nice thing about cryptocurrency in general, if you compare it to the stock market, is cryptocurrency by nature is way more volatile than average stocks in the stock market. Unless you're looking at penny stocks or something like that, or OTC stocks, they are in general way more volatile, which means the price swings way more. And at this point in time, most cryptocurrencies tend to go up in value versus down. In the stock market, companies' valuations are fluctuating rapidly. You have companies having good earnings reports, bad, new CEO, all this stuff. Price is going up and it's going down equally, and it's going up equally and down equally. And yes, the general trajectory of stocks is typically an uptrend, but overall, in between there's a lot of frequent highs and low lows. In the crypto space, because it's so new and everyone's on this crypto hype, cryptocurrencies, for the most part, are all tending to trend up. There's very few cryptocurrencies you'll find, if you look at the overall trajectory from start to now, where the trend has been starting at a certain point and just falling since then and not being higher than it was when it started. The overall trend in almost all decent cryptocurrencies is an uptrend. So even if you time your buy wrong, for most of these decent cryptos, if you just held it, you would probably be in profit eventually. Whereas in the stock market, that's not necessarily the case. You could be buying it to like AMC at $40 right now, and next year pandemic rehits. Let's just say they have to close back, and then AMC actually goes bankrupt this time. Those kind of things happen really often in stocks, whereas in crypto, that's not the case. So yeah, also if you're following Matt Wallace's risk coin advice, probably not a good idea. I respect his hustle and his grind and his Dogecoin coverage. He's what helped a lot of people get on the Doge train, which helped us out significantly. But just mentioning risk coins like that without actually instructing people on like technicals regarding it and what to do is not a good idea. But it helps him out because if he's got 200,000 followers and they all go buying Tiger King after he bought it, just like he said in that Reddit thread, there's a lot of potential here if we can get people on it to make money. So that is a bit of a bait. But yes, like I said, it's all risky buys, like Dr. Dre said. Those are all risky coins. Coins that I would recommend getting into. So maybe not SHIB. Baby Doge is risky. Maybe that will have another spike soon if Dogecoin gets talked about a lot soon. Tiger King, I don't know. Shiba Inu is probably the best of the three because SHIB actually now has an ecosystem now that is developing. So if we were just to discard the entire SHIB community and think about what this whole thing has to offer now, community aside, pump aside, 1 cent target aside, or anything like that, there is a decentralized exchange called ShibaSwap there that actually does something. That in itself gives one of those 5 coins that they made, gives them value, right? Because they get paid out to you in exchange for doing things with the decentralized exchange, whether that's staking your coins to provide liquidity or whatever. So there's that. Digging for bones, or, all that stuff. So whether you have SHIB, Bone, Leash, or, the other ones that they're doing. So that's where SHIB actually has a little bit of value now. Also, Shiba Inu coin is coming to Webull. So that's another big catalyst for SHIB. It's going to be able to be way more accessible. Now, the thing with Coinbase was quite unfortunate. They listed it and they have not said a word about it since. I don't honestly think it's going to come anytime soon. I think they maybe got a bad feeling about it, but it is coming to Webull, so that's a good thing. More people will be able to buy it. That's going to be a catalyst. You might recoup some money there. I really do think SHIB will go back up to 10 pretty soon. But as for the other two, those are pure risk YOLO investments. So even SHIB was, at this point, I don't think it's 100% of risk YOLO. It's like 50%. 50% of it's also got some fundamentals behind it. But Tiger King and Baby Doge, those are. I wanna gamble this and see if I can hit it big, especially Baby Doge. So I would recommend other coins like Ethereum. Cardano especially has the most short-term potential, I think, out of any coin out right now that is up in the top 100 market, or let's just say 50 market cap. Cardano is a play. If you want to make some money back, probably Cardano is going to be my recommendation. Don't hold me to it, but we'll see. I think $4 very soon. And then you've got Ethereum as another pretty safe play. Dogecoin's a bit riskier, but it's pretty established. I don't consider it that risky anymore. And then Bitcoin, obviously, a longer-term play. Pretty much the top 5. Let's go back to live here. To answer this next question, what do I think of the fundamentals of Dogecoin? I really believe it is the best crypto for payment, and the devs are going to lower the fees from 30 cents to less than 1 cent per transaction. Thoughts? I think the fundamentals of Dogecoin are what they need to be. The thing is, and this is what I've talked about before on these streams, in cryptocurrency, there are multiple categories of what a certain cryptocurrency project can do. You've got store of value cryptocurrencies. You have service providing cryptocurrencies. You have network providing cryptocurrencies that provide the network for those service providing cryptocurrencies to run on top of. And you have, so on and so forth. Then you have these little smaller, then you have not just service providing cryptocurrencies, but network assisting cryptocurrencies, which provide like layer 2 solutions for blockchain. And then you've got all the little subcategories. So, these little DeFi programs for decentralized options trading, for decentralized exchanges, and for, Chainlink, which does Oracle type stuff. You've got all these different subcategories there. Now, as far as the fundamentals of Dogecoin, first you have to establish what category does Dogecoin actually belong in before you can consider what its fundamentals need to be to succeed in its category. The thing about Dogecoin is the category that it's in is a relatively, well, maybe it's not completely new, but it's a relatively new space in the way that it's trying to be used for today. And so Bitcoin was the first one in that space. Bitcoin is a store of value coin. Basically, it's a decentralized cryptocurrency that holds US dollar value in a crypto state, in a decentralized state. So we say at this point, a Bitcoin is worth 40,000 US dollars or 50,000 US dollars, which means I should be able to take a Bitcoin, give it to someone, and them give me in exchange their $48,000 car that they had for sale. That is what a Bitcoin is. All it does is it's a store of value in a cryptocurrency form. Now, Dogecoin is a spin-off of that concept because, yes, a Dogecoin also, its only purpose is to be a store of value, but the difference between Dogecoin and Bitcoin is fundamentally, Dogecoin has fundamentals that allow it to be a better way of exchanging that store of value with another person than what Bitcoin has. Bitcoin, though it's a great store of value and it's great for saving, in my opinion, Dogecoin's like the checking. If you're looking at accounts, Bitcoin's the savings account and it's great for that. Dogecoin is the checking account and it's great for that. The Bitcoin you buy and you hold it and you save it because it's going to increase exponentially in value over time. The Dogecoin, it's worth a good amount, a decent amount, but you're not necessarily at a certain point going to be holding it only to save it because it's going to go up so high in value over time. It's not for that. It's for spending, and it's just better at it than Bitcoin is by far. One of the reasons for that, so now, like you said, we've got the low transaction fees. That update just kind of went live last week, and now it's being rolled out to the network. On top of that, transaction speeds are way faster than Bitcoin. With Bitcoin, usual transaction speeds, like what's said in Coin Bureau's video, which I recommend check out his channel if you haven't. Coin Bureau, he's got like 1 million subscribers, and he does good breakdowns on each crypto if you want to learn about various cryptocurrencies and if they're good or not. You could go into a store, try and make a purchase with Bitcoin. Because of the blockchain network and how slow the transactions get verified, that could take you like 20 plus minutes to get an approved signal back from whatever reader you're using to buy with Bitcoin. If you're in a grocery store, do you really want to stand and hold up the line for 20 minutes waiting for the thing is spinning and spinning and spinning to say approved? No, that would not make sense. It is not good for retail transactions, for person-to-person quick transactions. Bitcoin's not it. But Bitcoin is good for storing and holding value and increasing in it over time. Dogecoin is just good for holding value temporarily and then exchanging it with someone else. So I go to a store, I can pay with Dogecoin, it gets approved in like a minute or less, and it barely costs me anything to do it. So, yeah, exactly. That's the difference. So the fundamentals of Dogecoin, basically what I'm saying, yes, it's not a super deflationary, hyper deflationary, whatever you want to call it, cryptocurrency that's going to be worth $1,000 in 10 years. Probably not. But what it is a method of paying people. And it's very good at that. And it's only getting better at that. So in Dogecoin space, Dogecoin's very good. That's what people don't really realize. They also talk about, it's still going. Yep, it's still going. They also talk about how Dogecoin is such an inflationary coin, and oh man, there's so many Dogecoins made. There's 10,000 Dogecoins made per minute. That's like what, 1 billion Dogecoin per year? Man, that's so many. It's so super inflationary. How many people are in the world? What was the last count? 10, probably at 10 to 15 billion by now in the world. How many people use the US dollar or any kind of currency? Right? Billions of people use the cryptocurrencies, and millions or hundreds of millions of people use the US dollar. How many dollars does the average person in the United States have? Let's just say we're all relatively broke, and at our best, we all have $1,000, right? There is not enough Dogecoin in circulating supply to even go around and replace the US dollars we hold. So with normal scale United States adoption, Dogecoin's supply would be extremely low compared to the demand, which would make the price skyrocket. Like people, they're not talking about these kind of things. 10,000 Dogecoin produced a minute is the equivalent at this moment to about 3,000 US dollars being printed per minute. Or let's just say if there's 1 billion Dogecoin being printed per year, that's the equivalent of a couple $100 million being printed. But there's just too many people for that rate of printing to keep up with the supply, at least till we reach a certain point. Like, we're not there yet. We're not there. In fact, we probably need more Dogecoin in circulating supply. We've only got 130 billion. So if we really wanted to be a serious currency that people are using all the time. So the fundamentals of Dogecoin, in my opinion, are perfectly fine for what it's trying to accomplish. And another great thing about it is it doesn't have much competition in its space, which is another big thing. First mover advantage is what it's called, and it's a massive deal in anything. Whether you're the first mover, Tesla has first mover's advantage in the electric vehicle space. Bitcoin had first mover advantage in the crypto space and in the really, let's just say the cryptocurrency space, and that's why it's so far ahead. And then Ethereum had first mover advantage in the decentralized network space, which is also why it's so far ahead, even though now it's got competition which is going to make its value go up less or slower over time. Thanks. And other competition is now has a price target to hit when it's trying to play catch up, which is why now Cardano is on the move, because it has now that it has smart contracts, it has Ethereum in its line of sight. But those guys, they've got first mover advantage. Dogecoin has first mover advantage in the retail coin space because aside from decent fundamentals, the most important thing is adoption, because you can have a wonderfully fundamentally sufficient coin that you think should be the coin that everyone takes as payment, but if no one cares about it and they don't assign value to it themselves, it's not worth anything to them. So look at Walmart, for example. Let's just say I have 50,000 Dogecoin right now, and I think I'm doing good. I've got a nice Dogecoin savings, and it's worth something. It's great for payment. If I go to Walmart and I can't pay in Dogecoin, which means that Dogecoin's worth nothing to them, my Dogecoin, whenever I'm at Walmart, is completely irrelevant. To them, I have $0. And the more people that think that way, the worse it is for your coin, because people need to accept its value for the value to really be established. And when people establish the value, that makes it even more valuable. So that's why with Dogecoin, adoption is such a big thing. And Dogecoin has first mover advantage there because it has the largest community in any retail easily spendable coin. XRP doesn't have it, XLM doesn't have it, and a lot of these other cryptocurrencies don't have it. Dogecoin has it, and Dogecoin has an army, or we'll just say a very, very large community that is trying to push the adoption of it, and so far it's going well. So there's that. And since no other cryptocurrencies have that community quite yet that are in Dogecoin space, Dogecoin has first mover advantage, which means it's probably going to do well for a while. And then other cryptocurrencies are going to come up in this category and give it a run for its money. And then we'll have the current Ethereum Cardano situation where, let's just say Dogecoin's at $1 or $1.50, and then XRP starts to get, some traction and starts to catch up, or one of the other guys. And then now we're splitting attention. But currently, yes, it is the best crypto for payment that is also widely adopted at this point. The most adopted good form of payment in crypto form. There are some others that technically have better specs already, but if there's no community there and nobody cares about it, to me that it doesn't matter. It needs to gain traction to be relevant. I feel all crypto is a scam though, bro. Do you guys actually make money out of it? Yeah. It is hard, but that's why I live stream every day, to make sure everybody's on the right track. Cardano is it's the most popular one. It's got very, very good specs. Go to coinmarketcap.com, and if you go to coinmarketcap.com for categories, scroll down a bit and you'll see categories. If you click on it, it'll break it up into like 120 different sectors. And it's got, there's meme coins. There's a whole section for meme coins here. And these meme coins are actually overall up 2,570% in the last, wow, that's crazy. Anyway, there's gambling ones, social money, real estate, transport, e-commerce, gaming, jobs, storage. There's so many options, decentralized exchanges. It breaks it into each subcategory. This is how vast the crypto space is, and how many different things that different cryptocurrency programs, how many different services they actually provide. But the thing is, all of these DeFi apps, that's what they're called, DeFi apps, decentralized finance apps, most of them are, at least for the most part, they run on top of a network, all right? And that's generally going to be Ethereum. And that's why Ethereum is the big dog right here. Most of those apps are running on top of the Ethereum network. Ethereum provides the network for those things to be built on top of, those apps. Cardano is another platform that is coming up and rivaling Ethereum. And in its current state, Cardano is arguably better than Ethereum. It's faster, it's cheaper to use, which is very, very important. Now, with Ethereum 2.0 update coming next year, then it's going to be Cardano versus ETH2. That's the big battle. But in my opinion, it's whoever can get to a certain point first. Ethereum currently even though it just had an update, is extremely expensive to use when the network's busy. The mining fees, it got up to almost $200 for me yesterday or a couple days ago to execute a transaction. That was the fee, not what I was trying to send. So it was like $180 to send money from one place to another. Cardano, as long as it can get to where it needs to get before ETH2 comes, it's going to have a really nice position, probably around $5 to $7 by that time, I think. Cardano's, and people are starting to notice it in the last 7 days has gone up 50%. When I called this play out last week, it was at $2, and I said, guys, by the way, probably going to want to buy Cardano, or, buy Cardano. And a couple days later, it was $3. So that's the big one. And it's not done. It is definitely not done. As long as Bitcoin does good and ETH, Doge will follow. Yep, exactly. Hey, what's going on, Samir? Yehoiakim? Hope it crashes. Yeah, we'll see. Rune, I'm not familiar with Rune. Any idea where I can... Oh, yeah, I read that one. Yep, good illustration. Who's PayPal? PayPal's not even decentralized, so they don't count. If we're talking PayPal, I don't know. Coinbase? I don't know. Or, yeah, I don't know. PayPal's a weird one. We don't really have like a Cash App type program yet. Still going. Yeah. Dogecoin will probably top out shortish term at around anywhere from $1 to $1.25. Anything over than that's probably going to take some time and some bigger advancements. I think everyone's got the Doge to $1 price target in their head. Once it gets near, let's just say 96 cents to $1, right? People are going to say, "Oh, we pretty much hit it." You're going to see a lot of people taking profit. Steam will cool off. A lot of people will get bored and look for the next thing again, just like they did after SNL. Once we hit 74 cents and the price sold off, people took profit. They got bored. They started, new coins got developed. Baby Doge, Mama Doge, Papa Doge, Daddy Doge, whatever. Shiba Inu took off as well. All these knockoff Inu coins also took off. Everyone got bored and they look for the next big pump. That's probably going to happen once we get near $1. But being that Dogecoin will be established, it will probably, after it dumps and sells off, bounce back up and continue a slow grind up to like maybe $1.20, $1.25. And that will probably be it. Why wouldn't Doge be $1 if it's already been 75 cents? That's what I always ask everybody. Everybody acts like Dogecoin to $1. Everyone acts like we can't get to $1 when we were only 25 cents from $1. Like we were literally almost at $1, and everyone acts like it's impossible. Why? I don't get it. That's like Tesla being at $700 right now and us saying there's no way that Tesla's going to get to $1,000 when it's already climbed from basically $1 up to $700. Why couldn't it get to $1,000? I'm not saying it's just going to magically hit $1, but with catalysts, if we've already almost gotten there, why couldn't it get there? I'm all in ADA, but just put $25 in SHIB on Webull beta testing for fun. Nice. Yeah, I signed up for the beta too. We'll see if I can. I wonder if I'm in. I haven't even looked. I think Shiba is going to be more of a play now that it's on Webull, by the way. So I wouldn't mind swing trading that. People call it a meme coin all the time because they hate on it. People in general don't like to be wrong. So you've got this coin here that everyone's been talking junk about, and this coin that everyone's been talking junk about. And to be fair, it started off 100% as a meme coin. It really did. But this whole space, this space of importance of paying for stuff with the coin did not exist when Dogecoin was coming up and becoming popular. People were not trying to buy things with Dogecoin before SNL. Like, you just didn't hear people talking about man, if only I could go to a Walmart and pay in cryptocurrency. Like, people at that time, and this was only like 2 months ago, that was not their priority. But now that we're getting into this space, Dogecoin does perfectly fine at what it needs to accomplish. There's no problems with it. The main thing with any coin is stability. And that's the only thing that's really holding Doge back, in my opinion, right now, is stability. And because it's still really volatile. And that's why I'm saying once we can level out at a price, wherever that max price-ish target will hit, to where people stop trading it so much and they're just, oh, it's Dogecoin. That's just like we say, oh, it's $1. You don't really see people trading US dollars, even though there's inflation and all that, unless they're into Forex, and they do that with a lot of leverage to actually make a profit. If we can stabilize somewhere near a price and just hang around there overall, that'll put Dogecoin in a good place. But we'll see. I mean, there's counters to that argument too. It's like, well, why not use a stable coin? Well, people don't want to use a stable coin. They want to use Dogecoin. That's just the way it is right now. And that may not be the case forever. I'm not saying that Dogecoin's my 10-year play, and I really don't think it even is a 5-year play, but Dogecoin's probably a 1 to 2 year play. Yeah, Tesla's a car company that's super famous. Dogecoin is a meme coin. It depends on what you define as a meme coin. If Dogecoin has a purpose, then you can't really consider it a meme coin. Coins that have absolutely no purpose, that really don't do anything, and their only goal is to pump, those are specifically meme coins. They are only there for the memes. Dogecoin, yes, it did start only as a meme coin. Shiba Inu started only as a meme coin, right? But now Shiba Inu is tied to a decentralized exchange. You can't really call SHIB a meme coin anymore. It has a purpose, right? It found a purpose. Dogecoin started with no purpose at all, and now its main goal is to be used as currency to be exchanged for other people. If Dogecoin is a meme coin, then the US dollar is a meme currency. You know what I mean? It's a store of value. Just because it doesn't provide a network service or because it's not an app doesn't mean that it's absolutely worthless. If people are assigning value to something, it is something for that purpose. Its purpose, Dogecoin's purpose, is to be a currency. That is it. So, and that's now whether or not it will continue to succeed at that purpose come 2 years from now. That's what I'm saying. Dogecoin has first mover's advantage in the retail currency space. But that does not mean that come 2-3 years from now, when all the other competition's like, oh, well, we can make a better retail currency, that Dogecoin is not going to be knocked out of off its throne, and that people won't transition to another coin. Dogecoin is not something that I plan to hold for it's not a long-term investment play. It's not one of those things like Bitcoin, Ethereum, Cardano, where I'm like 5 years from now, Dogecoin's going to be $50. What would be the reason for Doge hitting $50? I don't, at this current time, see any fundamentals or catalysts that could get Doge to $50. But Dogecoin getting accepted at Walmart, at Amazon, at Target, at your local retail store, where you can use Dogecoin and pay for things in it without having to mess with your investment portfolio, which might be in Bitcoin, Ethereum, or Cardano, or something like that, that you know is going to increase in value. You know, those things that you don't want to spend, because if you spend it, you're basically losing money because you know they're going to keep going up. So Dogecoin's the thing where the price will remain relatively low in comparison, but it will be good at that purpose of sending it to other people for goods and taking it for goods as well. Hey, currency is king instead of coin. Well, coin is currency. That's the thing. It is cryptocurrency. This is a new form of currency. So, I mean, it is what it is. It's a new form of currency that's coming up. Now, a Bitcoin, which is a currency or a coin, is worth 48,000 of a US dollar. So, according to Bitcoin, coin is king. But yeah, that's fine. All right, AD, if that's what you think, man, I'm just explaining. But that's the way it works. That's where we are. Now, as far as Dogecoin is concerned, again, I don't think that it's going to go much further than $1 to $2, just based off what we know. So, I think I did miss one of Sadhu's comments as well. And yeah, I mean, I'm not even acknowledging that anymore. But yeah, so even on my merch store that I have in the description, I was accepting Dogecoin as payment, guys. And I'll tell you, from the amount of money that I got paid, Dogecoin increased in value. So I accepted Doge as payment for the shirts and stuff that I made people, right? It had a US dollar amount of a certain amount. Let's just say $100. By now, that $100 is $200. So by getting paid in Dogecoin, a coin that's going up in value over time, I made money. It's like I almost got paid double for what I made. Now and the thing is, the people who paid in Doge, it didn't hurt them any because all they had to do was change some US dollar to Dogecoin and then give the Dogecoin to me for the payment for the asset. So they didn't lose anything, and they've still got their investment portfolio as well. But Dogecoin, I mean, to say that like Dogecoin's a meme coin, there's other than me, there are other companies. You know, my store is a company. I accept Dogecoin as payment and other crypto. There's other companies out there that are accepting Dogecoin as payment as well. And Tesla is about to be one of those companies, according to Elon Musk. So, I mean, how long can you say it's a meme coin if companies are taking it serious? Like, that's the complete opposite of a meme, is being serious. I'm just explaining my reasoning. If you don't agree, that's perfectly fine. If SHIB now has a purpose, Shiba Inu in 3 years, it'll go to 0.001 cent. In my opinion, it depends on... The thing with SHIB is the community that got behind it in the first place was not there for the fundamentals. They were there for the meme value. We saw proof of this, and let me go back to the hearing here to make sure we're not missing anything. Oh my gosh. To amend the Social Security Act. We got proof of this when they kept asking when Shiba Swap, right? They kept asking, when is Shiba Swap coming? That was their main catalyst. Shiba Swap came. The price did absolutely nothing. It did nothing at all. The price did not make any new high. They got their catalyst they had been waiting for months, year, right? They were having AMA events. I was in one of them. I was there attending. And I was even telling some of the people that follow this channel, like, I bought into SHIB at like 7,000 Satoshi because there was potential with the SHIB swap coming to at least go up to 9, 10. And if people really took this catalyst serious, it could maybe even go beyond that to all-time highs. But it only went up 30% and quickly sold off. It was very clear that the community, though they were asking, like, when Shiba Swap, they were not in it for the actual swap value. They were in it to hope that with Shiba Swap, that would get them a pump to let them take profit. And so when everyone is in it only for the money and everyone else is waiting for the other person to buy in or buy more so that the price pumps, like, everyone's waiting for everyone else to do it. No one does it. And that just kind of shows that it wasn't like a genuine ask. It was really like a when Shiba Swap so that we can make money. So there's that. That's why I've been a little concerned about SHIB, and it has not gone beyond those all-time highs. It has not gone beyond those all-time highs since. I will say though, 3 years from now, it really depends on, like I said, that community, the mindset at least being switched to meme pump value to, well, what is SHIB actually becoming now? So SHIB, with the Shiba Swap, people really taking that part seriously and hoping that Shiba Swap gets better as a decentralized exchange that can even compete with like Uniswap, it has plenty of time to increase in value with that, because there's room to grow. And if you say this, sorry guys, I know I'm missing a couple comments here. There's a lot of questions, but I'll try my best to get back to them. And then I got to roll in just a minute. Where'd crypto.com go? Did I close it out? Look at this here. So look at Shiba Inu here. The value of Shiba Inu. Now, to be fair, Shiba Inu does have 3 coins now. I don't think that's a good idea because now you have the value of the ecosystem being split into SHIB, Bone, Leash, and whatever other coin they're about to come out with. I think they already did, but I'm not sure. I didn't look anymore. I haven't looked recently. So SHIB is here in 44th place. If you scroll up and look at Uniswap, which I think is its most popular competition as a decentralized exchange, it's in 11th. SHIB's market cap is 3 billion, where Uniswap's is 16. So if you were to say SHIB is the main coin for the exchange, SHIB should have potential, if it matches Uniswap's value, to grow and its 3 billion market cap become a 16 billion market cap, which would be times about 5, right? So 3 times 5 would be 15, a little more than 5x current value. So that changes this from 7,000 Satoshi up to about 35,000 Satoshi. So basically, you'd 5x your current investment if SHIB ecosystem got to the value of Uniswap's exchange. So that's long-term potential, I think, for SHIB. Now, like I said, the problem is SHIB ecosystem is split amongst many coins. So which coin actually represents the Shiba Swap ecosystem the most? I'm not exactly sure. Yeah, I'm sorry, ADG. I'm just explaining here. I'm not sure where the ego comment's coming from, but I'm just answering your questions. So. Let's see. And no, I said I wasn't acknowledging the ego thing anymore because I'm just answering the question, man. So let's see. Who else did I miss here? I do have to run. Did you miss the dip? Not necessarily. We're still at the exact same spot. Now, on the way down, Dogecoin did dip a little harder. When Bitcoin went under 48, people really panicked and sold off hard. As you can see, they sold off really hard compared to even what they did on Bitcoin. And that's where you saw this 27. That was a hard one to grab, and in my opinion, wasn't even a good spot to buy. That was a risky buy. Whoever was right here was playing the risky game. 28 to 29, in my opinion, it's pretty safe. The dip is under 30. That's the dip, or even 30 cents, because we were just at 35 a couple days ago, and then we were at 33. So 28, 29, up to 30 is probably what I'd consider the dip. But like I said, I'm not buying in quite yet. I'm not feeling too good about the news. It's just me. If the price goes up, I don't care. But we'll have to see. Oh, did it just get adjourned? Okay. Until 12 p.m. Tuesday. Huh? Oh. All right. So they're picking this back up on 10 a.m. on Friday. Basically. All right. What is HRES 188? It doesn't have to do with infrastructure. Okay. So basically what we found out, guys, so far, the way it looks is that they decided to pass the current infrastructure package with the current verbiage in the crypto related section. They decided to pass it as is through for a final vote, a final consideration vote. They decided to pass it as is, which means that they would have banned the chance at amending it from here forward. So the Senate already said no amendment, and it looks like they also said no amendment, let's move forward. I think the reasoning behind this was because the Republican side seemed to have wanted to only vote against or to vote to amend it to delay, because they didn't want to pass any of these right now. They wanted to wait till later, but the Democrats who had majority were just like, well, we want to get this thing through, so let's just vote yes and push it through as is. And I guess that means deal with the amendments later. Now, obviously, what I've been saying, I don't think the verbiage of this bill is going to stand as is, and it's going to get quickly amended even if it gets passed as is. But I would expect the thought process behind it being passed as is, it causing some problems for some people and maybe making some people feel uncomfortable about temporarily breaking the law and all that stuff. If anything, that's to me bearish news. That's not good news per se if it's getting moved forward as is. So for that reason, thank you, Scott F. For that reason, I'm still a bit bearish here. Now, if things hold up above 47,000 and look like they're okay, and it looks like a good dip buy opportunity, and Bitcoin's still getting good announcements today and tomorrow and whatnot, and it looks like we're going to be on a bit of a bullish run, I'm not saying I'm not going to buy in. For the time being, though, I'm not feeling the urge to buy in off bad news or news that isn't good. Today's news wasn't good. This article, this information from the hearing today is going to get circulated around, and most likely, I would just assume, guys, and don't forget, I'm just expressing my thought process here. If you agree with it, you do. If you don't, you don't, and act accordingly. But I would just assume with bad news or not good news, people are going to react in the not good way, which would be to either not buy anymore and just wait and average down, or sell, or even short. I don't see people just saying like, ooh, they're passing it without the amendment, I'm going to buy. Like, I don't get that vibe. Right, yeah, it wouldn't go into effect quite yet, but it is, I'm just thinking short-term news reaction. Very specifically, what's the emotional reaction going to be? If anything, I'm thinking not that great. So for that reason, I'm just going to wait it out, and I'll look for a dip buy whenever it looks like it's done whatever it's going to do and it's chilled out. That's the best I can do for now. I do worry a bit because they said it needs to, when's the final vote going to happen? I would be more concerned about that date having the more significant effect on the price action. But maybe until then, we could see an overall downtrend. Maybe 50,500 was the top that we're going to hit until a certain point, and then we correct course. I don't know, just trying to think. But 48,000 isn't a bad dip buy. 29 cents Doge isn't bad. The thing is, this is mostly bad news for Bitcoin. For Dogecoin, it's not too bad because, like I said yesterday, Dogecoin's value is not so much driven or derived from the mining process. The miners get really affected here on Bitcoin, and that can be a real pain for the whole ecosystem. Dogecoin mining isn't such a big profit maker. That's not why a lot of people are into Dogecoin. So, this could be Dogecoin's time to shine still, even though it might have a couple red days or red moments. If Dogecoin still gets really good catalyst, it could maybe have really solid green days while Bitcoin's having big red ones. So that doesn't mean I'm super bearish on Doge, but when it comes to Bitcoin and Ethereum, not feeling so good about it. But especially Bitcoin, because at least Ethereum has ETH2 hype and the recent EIP update, but Bitcoin does not have anything going for it except for adoption in a couple places, and the mining affects it the most. So most bearish on Bitcoin, second most bearish on Ethereum, third most bearish on Doge, kind of neutral on Doge, and then bullish on Cardano still. That's my thought. So for me, it's going to be Doge and Cardano, probably going to be my two plays if I'm looking for money makers. But I won't be sitting out forever. I'm just going to wait maybe this evening out, see if we go. We've been really testing 48,000. If it doesn't hold, it's probably going to be a nice red day or evening. I just don't feel comfortable buying right at this moment. So I'm going to wait, see what happens, and I will, hopefully it'll be by tomorrow that anything drastic happens and we can be at the next live stream. A couple comments. I know I missed some of them, but there was a lot going on, guys, so it's one of those days. Let's see. Please go eat. I read that one. Sidhu. I missed one of Sidhu's comments up here. He told me. No, it's not necessarily done. It's done for today, but they will be back live on Friday. Looks like we're getting some red movement here from Bitcoin. let's see. What's my personal buying price for Dogecoin? Probably just anywhere under 30 cents. I don't mind. The thing is, this was for scalping, I'm much more conservative. I like to wait till I think I really hit a bottom and wait till and my sales be really towards the, I just like to be more patient. For my holding account though, I really didn't even want to be out. I did get out because I thought a crash was coming, and I got out at like 28 cents. So I don't mind getting back in at 28 and 29 and just it kind of being like I never sold, because what ended up happening was it crashed hard. It ran back up to like 26. I sold at 26 and then I rebought it at 21 and I haven't been back in. No, and then I rewrote it up and then I just didn't buy back in. So I'm up like 5 cents in profit. So I don't mind getting right back in at where I had originally sold off, because at that point, it'll basically be like I never left, plus I have 5 cents of profit extra. So I'm kind of just buying in at the same price with more Dogecoin. And it's my holding account long term, so I really don't care too much about the actual cent. Anywhere under 30 would be nice, and that's kind of fine by me. On my scalping account, it's not so much a price target for me as much as it is when is Bitcoin going to be done falling for me. And I don't know. I don't know. Bitcoin looks like it wants to dump, so I don't actually know. Whenever the dump stops, there's a couple levels, and we'll be able to discuss that tomorrow, guys. I do have to run. There's a couple price targets here. We've got like 47, 46, well, really 47, 46, and 45 are pretty common stopping points. Almost every $1,000 increment down to 42. Those are potential reversal areas, but the most common one's going to be 47, and then probably down here at 45. So we'll just have to see where when that happens, when we're at those prices, then you just check Dogecoin and you know that's where. I was waiting till tonight because I didn't want to get back in too soon if there was going to be a major crash today. So I just wanted to play it as smart as I could, not knowing what was going to happen next. Yeah, so I just wanted to sit it out in case there was a crash today. And it looks like it's doing okay. Also, did a bit of a bear flag here, and we're about to break under the bear flag and potentially make a new low, which could start a sell-off. So yeah, 48K support broke, not too good. Just bought $1.5 billion in Doge at 31. Is it? I'm not sure. All right, guys, I really got to run. I'm actually a bit late for something. The stream was very long, but we did it. Thank you all for hanging out. If I missed any of your comments, I apologize. As you can scroll up through those comments and see, it's been a very comment-packed day and some really good questions. Glad I was able to answer those. But if I did miss it, please remember your question and feel free to ask me tomorrow in the stream, and I'll be sure to get to it then. But today was really one of those streams focused on the event where I was kind of tuned out. Again, thanks for hanging out. Keep an eye on the price action. Looks like we could be seeing some 47 or 46 Bitcoin tonight. We'll see. Hopefully it doesn't go crash into oblivion, but if it does, I'm not in. I'm just waiting for it to look like it hit a bottom at one of the main levels, maybe 45, I don't know. And then when it looks like it's stabilized, then I'll buy back in at a dip. But I'm more bearish than anything short term, which is why I'm not just in a rush to jump back in on the holding account. Since I'm out already and I have been for like a week, I might as well just wait for the red candles to finish. That's my thought. So again, thanks guys. I'll catch you all tomorrow on the next stream. Subscribe if you have not, and have a great evening.